Hmm. Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 4 of Tanzania IndabaX 2025. It's been a really amazing first 3 days. Why is there echo? Sorry. Yeah, it's been a really amazing 3 days. Looking at the responses on social media and the chats and discussions. It's been a really transformative event for all of our audience and participants and our hubs around Tanzania. So for day 4, we're starting with this career panel discussion. And when we were kind of thinking about what kind of topic would make sense we realized most of the participants here are university students in the hubs and probably graduating soon. So I'm sure career prospects in AI are high on their minds. So very lucky to have an amazing moderator and panelists. So I will allow Mgasa Lucas, co-founder of Quantum Intelligence, who's already spoken today during the event, to lead the panel and introduce the topic and panelists. So Mgasa Lucas, karibu sana.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Bit of an echo though, but yes.
Okay. So my name is Mgasa Lucas. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. There is the echo. So welcome to this special session. And before we begin, I think there was that echo. I just want to say I'm very proud to see you all here and for this curious and insightful session titled How to Break a Career into AI When I Graduate. So this session, it's about people, it's about understanding the stories behind some of the successful AI careers, what did really work for them and what didn't, what applies to our panelists. And what we are looking forward is what can we take away to shape our own journey for those who are aspiring careers from different hubs and other participants in the room. So as we know, today AI is more than just algorithms or code. It's shaping a lot of industries. And the truth is the space is still being defined. So this means there is the room for young minds like ourselves here to join and to lead the industry. But I think the journey is still confusing. For someone, maybe, do I need to be a developer or you hear me again?
Yes, we can.
Okay. So someone may be still confusing. Do I need to be a developer, or what if I didn't start computer science? Where are the jobs? What do I need to know? How can I know if I'm passionate or but I'm unsure if I can maybe pursue career in AI? So what brought us here would have different questions to find and inspiring others, just getting to understand where it was the beginning for some of our panelists here. What are the lessons that they get from there? And then we can having the good takeaways and what are the maybe their suggestions for others to get into this field and getting into understanding what can it be the good strategies, the peoples maybe they could use to get into career into AI. But before starting, I will have an introduction of every participant. I'm not sure if Farhan Yusuf is here.
I don't see him in the list actually, so
Okay,
hopefully
so
he'll join. He'll join soon.
okay, I think we can start with Dr. Dina Machuve.
Yeah.
For a bio, Dr. Dina Machuve is a co-founder and CTO of Dev Data Analytics, which is a data science consulting startup. Her research interest has been in developing data-driven solutions in agriculture. And currently, she's the member of Women in Tech and AI program for empowering African women participation into AI. She serves on the board of Data Science Africa, DSA, which is a non-profit organization for training students at African universities in data science and emerging technologies for the development of solutions to African problems. She had PhD in Information and Communication Science and Engineering, a Master of Science and Bachelor in Electrical Engineering. Dr. Dina Machuve, we are happy to have you here today.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Really humbled.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. The other panelist is PhD student, as she mentioned earlier, and we can call her Dr. Elsie Kaaya. Dr. Elsie is an assistant lecturer in machine learning at Nelson Mandela African Institute of Science and Technology, with a bachelor in network engineering and master's in communication engineering, an academic foundation that supports her interdisciplinary approach in applying AI in healthcare. Early in her career, she developed the Mama app, which is an AI-powered pregnancy application designed to support women in Africa, an innovation that earned recognition from the global institution like University of Oxford. And she's currently pursuing PhD in computing science with a research at intersection of federated learning and mental health. Her current focus is on the major depressive disorder, MDD, using behavioral data from the wearable devices to train teen federated learning models that assess treatment response. In parallel, she explored the use of federated learning in pharmacogenomics to enable personalized treatment selection for the individuals living with the MDD. And Dr. Elsie Kaaya, we are proud to have you here today.
Thank you for having me.
The other panelist is Mr. Farhan Yusuf. We hope he will join us soon.
Yeah, Farhan actually has just joined Mgasa Samani. Yeah, Farhan has just joined.
He's joined.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Farhan is the pharmacist.
Yes, I am here.
Thank you, Farhan, and nice to have you here today. Farhan Yusuf is a pharmacist with 14 years of experience in health space in Tanzania, spanning across the public, private, and non-profit sectors. His experience including carrying out different roles related to health commodity logistics and pharmaceutical supply chains, and public-private partnership for health in support of various projects and programs funded by various developing entities. These roles has been including leadership and governance, program management, monitoring and evaluation, and technical support and communication, and knowledge management. Despite having primarily health background, Farhan has always been very interested in technology and its application in health sector, and more broadly, which is what brought him in working into the space of AI with organizations like Tanzania AI Community. And recently, he has been supporting different organizations on different health systems, strengthening the related activities as a consultant. So he is the keen promoter of sustainable development goals and support various other causes related to education, careers, and youth empowerment. Mr. Farhan, we are very happy to have you here today.
Thank you so much, Mgasa.
Okay, thank you. So, for the sake of time, we had an open discussion, which would end up for the next 40 minutes, and then we'll have the panel discussions from the panelists, from the members who have joined us here today, where they would ask their own question if they would have them. And our questions will be categorized into three categories. The first category will be the origin and the early influence among you where did it all begin, and who helped you to see the possibility, get into the career path that you have today? And the second category would be around building the real capacity, skills, and the mistakes maybe, or the breakthrough that made you to get into this space. And the last category would be the impact, the purpose, and the future pathway, where we would see what are you trying to build as the legacy, and how can someone join you or getting started into this journey. So I would select here some certain questions and then pick up to one of you. So for that, without further ado, I will be starting with Dr. Dina Machuve. So the first questions, Dr. Dina, can you take us back early in your undergraduate years? What are the early interests, or the questions and the experience that planted the seed for your journey into AI?
Thank you for the question, Mgasa. That's very interesting. And actually, data science is new. By then, I remember in 2016, my mentor came across an announcement of a summer school at Makerere University in Uganda. And he really approached me and said, I really need to attend that. And during that time, I was actually doing my PhD in information and communication sciences and engineering. So the programming that I was using by then on my research work was mainly the normal web frameworks, PHP, Java. I was working on developing a mobile application for use by small and medium enterprises. And so I was developing a mobile app by then. And then he said, I really see this field of data science adding more value in the work that you do. I didn't realize it then. And he said, I can't tell you more, but I really think you need to attend this conference. And from there, you'll find your way through. Yeah, I didn't see it when he was telling me, but I really took the step forward of attending the conference at Makerere University in 2016. It was really an eye-opener. There I met different researchers from different universities. There was a keynote speaker from Sheffield University by then, but that professor now is at Cambridge University in the UK. And his talk really inspired me, and it was really a turning point for me to really focus on data science and machine learning seriously. And at Makerere University, there were junior lecturers who had just returned from abroad doing their PhD as well in machine learning, and they were addressing local problems. So really the turning point for me was that possibility of using data science and machine learning to address local challenges. And by then, I remember this particular lecturer had just returned from his PhD in the Netherlands, and he was working on developing a machine learning model for detecting cassava diseases in Uganda. So that was really the turning point for me that, you are learning all these high-tech technologies, but the challenges you work on are really the local challenges. So that was really a turning point. And then when I returned home in Tanzania, by then I was a lecturer at Nelson Mandela. That's when I really used all my energy and to really excite students to enter into the field. And I would spare my time beyond the normal teaching hours to really delve into programming, Python work, and the data science, all the resources. And also, what really motivated me to work in machine learning is that a lot of resources were open source. So you didn't have to incur much expenses besides your internet bandwidth to access all the vast knowledge resources. And even the gurus were really approachable, and it was really a field coming up. So it was just the right time to get into the field, and was really an exciting community. Yeah, that's what I can say in short. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. And maybe to Dr. Elsie, can you also share a bit early in your maybe undergraduate years, what were the very interesting questions or experience that planted your seed to select that this is my career path in AI, the early signals or the interest in the question that you had in your beginning?
Yeah, sure. So thank you so much for your question. So with my story, it really does begin with Dr. Dina. I didn't begin practicing or getting myself into the space until I was studying my master's. So right before I started my master's research, there is a module that Dr. Dina was teaching, which was machine learning. So as she said, she really sort of inspired me and introduced me to the field. And I remember in 2019, when I was in my first year, she told us about the deep learning in Indaba. And she really encouraged us to apply for the invent, the summer school, I guess. So then I did. I remember not getting an accommodation grant, but I did get travel. No, I didn't get an accommodation or travel, but it was in Nairobi and MIC is in Arusha. So it was so easy for me to sort of travel to the deep learning in Daba. So when I got there, I got to understand what machine learning was. Of course, I had some foundation from the classes I attended that Dr. Dina was facilitating. So when I got to the deep learning in Daba, I got to learn a lot, meet so many people. I've always been so passionate about solving health problems. And I got to talk up to so many people. They helped me understand how it is. The community there was very warm, very inviting. I remember on my trip back home, I was just thinking about machine learning. Like I was speaking, breathing machine learning. And I was so excited to also carry out a research in the area. So after getting back to the university, I remember I think I took a course. Dr. Dean at the time encouraged us to take an online course. I think it was some IBM courses that were related to artificial intelligence. So during that time, I got to really understand what it was and really understand how it can be applied. From there, I was able to select a research topic, got a really good supervisor, Dr. Edith, and so she really guided me towards it. It has been a journey for me that has been full of support, like immersive support. So it was just easy for me. And after that, after my Mama app was done, which Mama app was the product of my master's research, I remember in my defense, Dr. Dina was also one of the reviewers who assessed my work. So it's really special for me that she's also here as I'm telling the story, because she also really played a very big role in sort of shaping me into becoming the researcher I am today. Then from there, I also was able to attend a lot of other conferences that were related to AI. And not only did I form connections who were crucial for me in the AI space, but I also did form good friendships that have really helped me get to where I am through, advice talking about research topics. I have a friend who I talk to like every other week about my research, and she'll tell me about her research. What is new in technology? What is there anything that we can do to integrate into both our researches? So for me, it has always been very community based and very support based, but of course, all the people that I was able to meet along the way sort of really pushed me towards this direction.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And I think we see the similar patterns. It was the peoples, the communities that I think plays an important role for shaping our journey, as we have heard from Dr. Dina and you as well. Thank you for that, Dr. Elsie. Coming to Mr. Farhan Yusuf, the same questions. What are the early questions or the experience that planted the seed for your journey into AI?
Thank you so much, Mgasa. I guess it's nice that perhaps I get to provide a slightly different experience from Dr. Dina and Dr. Elsie, because I'm not someone who is primarily from the health sector, primarily from the tech sector. And so my interest in AI is very much related to something that I think is also an important point, especially for young professionals to sort of understand, is that, I've always been hello?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay. I mean, for me, I think one of the very important things I would like to suggest to like young professionals is to keep up with what's happening around the world, right? So from the time I was in university and when I started my career, which was primarily in the health sector, I have always been someone who keeps up with like what's happening in the world around me. So, for example, I would follow, the fourth industrial revolution, the fifth industrial revolution. I would, read about the World Economic Forum and just keep up. I think as a young professional, especially with how quickly things are changing in today's world, it's extremely important for one to sort of just keep up, right? And make sure that you understand where the dynamics of economies and the dynamics of the job market, etc., are going towards. What are people talking about? What are, recent updates? And so for me, that's where my interest started. I mean, I've always been, interested in use of technology, especially within the health sector. But then as AI was coming up and data science, and, in the health sector also, we talk a lot about data used for decision making. I was very interested to see, what's the potential for this? So I actually started off as being a use case person for, how can we use AI within health? But the more I sort of got involved, through the Tanzania AI community and through some other initiatives, I realized that, AI in itself, with how it's growing, etc., we need to think so much about, the governance of AI and the policies around AI and all that, to make sure that, while it is a technology with a lot of promise, that it is doing something that is of real good use to us. And in fact, now I like to say that I advocate a humans first approach, where, even as we are thinking about these technologies, we need to put the humans at the forefront of it all and see how this technology can be used. Of course, along that journey, as the other speakers have mentioned, I met a lot of, people who've been, kind enough to welcome me into this space of AI and provide guidance. And again, as the other speakers have mentioned, there's a lot of like resources, etc., available online as well that people can use to learn. There are so many, different programs that people can be a part of. Yeah, so my journey has sort of been in an indirect way, but I'm glad to be in this space right now.
Thank you so much, Farhan, for that. So I think we have seen something again here. Being into AI doesn't all need to be like being a computer science someone or having skills into coding. It doesn't end only into that. So coming up to the second questions, where I would ask for each panelist, for those who are starting out, especially maybe from non-technical fields, is it still important to learn coding, or there is the other emerging career path where other skills matters more? So we can start with Mr. Farhan. Do you think it is still important to learn coding for someone getting into AI? And if yes or no, what are the other opportunities that you see people they can get into that may matters more even beyond having skills into coding?
Thank you for that, Mgasa. I mean, I would say, like, for example, so I don't know coding and I don't have a coding brain at all. I know there is this general conversation in the ecosystem where we say that everyone needs to learn, like coding. I have never been able to. My brain doesn't work like that. And of course, now there's also this newer narrative that, you don't need to learn coding. You need to know how to use some of these tools that are already out there, such as ChatGPT, etc. to do the coding for you. So I definitely think it's not necessary for you to, get into coding. If you do, it's great. But I do think what's important is for us, and this is actually not just for professionals who are here. I think it's becoming more like something that's for everyone globally to sort of think about and understand, because of how transformative AI is going to be across, all the different sectors. I think it's important for everyone to at least understand the basics of how AI works, not necessarily from a coding tech perspective, but just from a, what are all these different terminologies that we are talking about within AI? What are the different systems, etc., and all that. And I think that will go a long way, for anyone to sort of get into that. There are other pathways. So, for example, I definitely think, and that is where my work with the Tanzania AI community started. It was basically a thought process where we would bring AI sort of experts and AI practitioners and make them meet like people who are from the sector. So I was from the health sector. We had people from education, from agriculture, because AI needs certain problems to solve or certain use cases to build solutions on, and that will only come from the sector experts or the sector practitioners. So that's another way that you can get into the AI space. Find sort of core technical people who can do the coding, but you can sort of help guide them to create the solutions and design them, etc., and then implement them as well. And then, of course, like I said, I'm personally also very passionate about governance, policies around AI, and that is a whole other area that definitely doesn't necessarily need you to know coding, but again, it does help if you know like the basics of AI as a concept, with the different terminologies, etc. So there's like, this AI as a technology is going to be so transformative that it's going to change literally everything about everything that we do, and there will be different pathways to get into it, but definitely advise everyone to start with the basics.
Thank you so much for that, Mr. Farhan. And maybe we can ask you the same question to one among the remaining two. Maybe Dr. Dina, do you think it is still important to learn coding? And if yes or no, what are the other, because I think you are from the technical side.
Yeah.
Can you share, the same perspective in that question?
Yeah, thanks. Actually, it's not necessary. What I would really advocate in this aspect is really interdisciplinary. It when especially because we use data science, machine learning as a tool to address real challenges. So as a tech person, as a coder, you can't work alone. You work with domain experts to address challenges, to address problems and develop solutions. So coding is not a fundamental skill, but forming an interdisciplinary team is really key, and that's how I really see the best approach to the problem. For example, you're working on a certain problem in agriculture and you're a coder. There's no way you can reach or reach even the target people without having a domain expert such as an agricultural an agricultural extension officer to work with in addressing that challenge, to understand the context. You're working on a health problem using data science, say maternal health care. You're developing maternal health care tool for pregnant women. But it's not easy as a coder to get that solution be usable, or even developing a solution in that context without working hand in hand with a medical doctor. So it really takes a team to realize a problem. So, and each one is skilled in their own field. A person is experienced in coding. Another one is the domain expert, is whether it's a pharmacist or a medical doctor or agriculture extension officer. So it really takes a team, and coding is a skill. And now, as what my colleague, my fellow panelists said, now we have many tools that can really introduce you. So there's the chat GPT that can guide you on getting the thing, but it really takes a team to realize a certain problem in a given domain, where you have domain experts, you have data scientists who can do the coding or understand what ChatGPT, because as a non-coder, when you just get to ChatGPT and say that is really the final solution, you'll still need the input of a data scientist at one stage or the other to really assure you that that's the way to go. So I'm really for the move that it really takes a team to realize a solution that is data driven to be in place. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Dr. Dina. I think since it comes from someone who have technical background, I think you're the coder. This could help even others who are in the tech side, who are the coders, to understand that it's not just about code. It really takes to understand different domains if someone needs to pursue a career path into AI. And quickly, maybe for 1 or 2 minutes, the same question to Dr. Elsie. Can you share your perspective into that question before we move to the next one?
Yeah, sure. So I think it really depends on the career path you're going for, because there's so many different elements when it comes to AI as a career. If someone wants to build something, then I absolutely do recommend that you need to have some background in programming, not necessarily a background, but at least start learning something regarding programming. I think understanding what sort of goes on under the hood really helps you be more creative in how you want to use these modules for. And so I would encourage anyone who is trying to develop new solutions to also, really take learning how to code into account. But otherwise, if it isn't anything that is dependent on programming, then of course they don't need to learn programming, because as the previous speakers already said, that there's so many resources that you can use, like ChatGPT, and so many other communities as well, and different ways to navigate the space. As I would also sort of echo what Dr. Dina said. It's really important to also work with domain experts. And not only that, it's also really important to know how the domain that you're working in functions. If you're working in the health domain, to also know that when developing a module, if you're going to use data from people, then to seek ethical clearances to at least make sure that whatever you're developing has some sort of longevity to it. So yeah, that would be my opinion, that if you are working on something that's technical, then definitely do learn the code. Otherwise, if they're working on something different, then it would be, but I think it would be nice to at least know what the people programming are talking about, to at least sort of relate to it, because then it's going to be easier for you to even have some input to it. So I think it's an advantage, but definitely not the only way to navigate the field.
Thank you for that as well. So in the same category, in the early influences and the origins in your career path, we have one last question in this category. I think most of us, when we are starting in our early journey in our careers, there are some of the challenges that we might face, but we might don't know if they are challenges or not. For you, maybe starting with Dr. Dina, when you're starting, maybe in your undergraduate or early in your career, when you're still figuring out what can you choose, what are the challenges that you faced? It in your career path during early in those days? The challenges, 1 or 2 maybe, that you think other students might face currently, or someone who is starting in the career path. What are the challenges that you faced, and how did you solve them?
That's an interesting question. Yeah, challenges are the ones which make us move and be more aggressive. So they continue to be there. Early on, there was that how do you strike a balance between passion, that I love coding, I love data science, it's really the hype, okay? Artificial intelligence is the hype. How do you balance between passion and getting the money? Because you can't devote all your time in coding and you don't see money coming in because so they're striking that balance between passion in the field and also being able to get money from it. And so it was quite challenging. And back then, and I know until now, you're like, how do you strike that balance? How much time do I devote to learning, and how much time do you devote to finding money using the skills that you have? That's really the challenge, and I can't tell that I have a solution to it. But what I've learned, the community is very powerful, and we have our Tanzania AI community empowering us and empowering us to work together, share what the knowledge that we have. But how do we develop? How do we get money from these skills? Is also another challenge. So I started into data science in 2016. And I was then in my teaching career, and the way in academia or research, the way you are able to gain money is like not you have your salary as a full-time staff, but how do you get that extra and is by applying for research projects. So I had to learn how to write research projects that will apply machine learning, deep learning, in order to get more funding. And that was not easy. Learning to write for a research proposal is another skill. So it really involves continuous learning. You should not get tired of learning new skills. As what Farhan said, you have to really keep yourself updated of what is happening in the field. So I learned how to write research proposals, and you write many and you don't get them through. You don't get them funded. So I started writing in 2017, but it's only in 2019 that I was able to get my first grant. So you see, 2 years down the road, but you just don't give up. You get a lot of rejections. I can't remember how many rejections I got. You get a lot of rejections on the proposal you submit, but there'll be that one when you don't give up. So it took 2 years till I got research funding. And my goal was that I need to be able to support students, more students, so that through that research grant, I was able to support 3 master's students on their research work. And that really was quite a milestone by then. So that's how it is. We should not give up, but the thing is, how do you strike the balance between passion? But the community is very important. It is through the community where you volunteer your time, share your skills, that you get more skills, get more informed. And when you are equipped by the community, that's what you are going to use when going to look for those funded projects or initiatives ahead. So striking the balance is the key. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The key lessons, balancing between passion and getting money, because I think if you get into career and doesn't give you like those sort of economic returns and stuff like that, I think it can be challenging to get into that. Thank you for that, Dr. Dina. Coming to Dr. Elsie, what are your early challenges that you face and you think others might face currently, and how did you navigate from that?
Okay, so my challenges were a bit different because I got into the space when I was a student. So mainly my challenge, the biggest challenge was knowing the technical parts, sort of bringing together the technical parts. I was quite new at that time. The community wasn't as big as it is now, and that we didn't have, there were resources to use, yes, but it wasn't as big as it is now. So for me, really, my challenge was understanding and also getting an output from all the work that I was doing. But luckily, there's always so much strength in social media. So putting yourself out there and saying what you're doing, and also looking for opportunities like conferences and workshops that are really integrated into the AI space, trying to get to understand certain technologies better, certain aspects of AI better, really help. So I would say the challenges that I faced all had solutions. I didn't know that at first, but as I kept looking for solutions, I really did learn to rely on online sources for support. And I would also say that it's very important for the people who are starting early in their careers to look for communities that are doing something similar. There's different ways you can look for communities. There are communities based on the platform you're using. Say there's a Python community. You can find a community in the area of federated learning. So if you do have like a technical challenge, as I did when I was starting off, there are always so many communities that you can rely on for technical expertise and to sort of help you navigate the space. The second challenge I did face was after having an output, after having this product, how do you get your foot out the door? So there's so many conferences that are happening. Some have the option of funding and some do not. You can also always offer to present your work or whatever you're doing online. And that would really help you connect with people who are doing something similar. It opens room for collaborations. So through that, you're able to make something out of yourself to help yourself sort of promote the work that you're doing, get out there and network with people. And that also always has a lot of opportunities. So I would say there were challenges. I did face challenges, but there are also a lot of viable solutions that people can also explore. And to also be bold, I would say they should be very bold. Don't be scared to ask for help. Don't be scared to tell the people that are doing something similar what you want. And you never know who you're talking to and how they can help you. So always in this field, I would say be very bold, be fearless, and go for what you want and talk to people boldly and show them your skill. Always sharpen your skill so they find value in what you've been doing. So they're more open to working with you once they find out that you've really taken time to sharpen your skills in the area.
Thank you for that, Dr. Elsie. I think it could be very important for the participants who have joined us here today, getting into understanding there are challenges, but consistent is very important. And joining with the communities, learning from each other is what we are doing here. It's very important. So I think we can go to the second category of the questions. And Mr. Farhan, you can also share your challenges maybe into this category, into the next question as well. So in this category, we want to understand how to build the real capacity, skills, maybe navigating those mistakes and everything. So in this category, we just want to understand how did you, as the panelists, go from the learning and maybe contributing and the journey when you started Hub, and maybe who worked with you. That is the purpose of this category. So the first questions, I think it's very important to have maybe mentors or people who can help us in this journey to navigating the mistake, the breakthrough, and everything. So the question, starting with Mr. Farhan, do you think how much important it is to have a mentor, and how can we manage our relationship with our mentors who can help us to build the career path into AI. How can someone choose the mentor? And how can we manage those relationships with the mentors?
Thank you, Mgasa. Mgasa, just before I answer that particular question, I think just to sort of summarize in a way that I think might be easier for the students to remember some of the responses that Dr. Dina and Dr. Elsie gave. So usually when I talk to young people about like, career success, and I know how much students love mnemonics. So I have this thing that I call sort of the three C's of success in today's sort of career landscape. And it very much relates to what Dr. Dina and Dr. Elsie said, but I think it also helps summarize it. I think, for me, the three C's of like generally career success are number one, continuous learning. So you need to sort of develop a spirit for continuously learning, right? Whether it is by joining networks, whether it is by reading, whether it is by doing courses, whether it is by conferences, etc. I think in today's time and age it's extremely important. The bad news is that don't think that you finish the degree, you have a degree and you are done with studying. In today's world, especially if you want to be competitive in the job market, that never stops. Like you have to learn every single day. The second C is confidence. I think, and to I think what Dr. Elsie said as well, it relates to, I guess, being bold. I see a lot of one of the challenges that is, at least in my opinion, prevalent in the youth is the fact that, you might know things, but there is this fear, of talking about the things or of asking questions or of reaching out to people, which relates to your mentorship question. But I think it's really important to be, especially if you are adequately, like knowledgeable, talented in a particular area, be confident about it, be open to learning again, but be that, have that boldness, have that confidence to be able to present yourself, because that is what will bring, I think, the right kinds of opportunities for you. And the last C is communication, right? You need to, as a young professional, think about how to brand yourself, how to, present yourself. And I think what helps with this is being mindful of your presence on online platforms, whether it's Twitter or LinkedIn, and thinking about how you are interacting with people there. It's about, again, how you are presenting yourself to people, how you are sharing your learnings, etc. So for me, I think those three C's are extremely important. Just wanted to give the students something to take away with them. As far as mentorship is concerned, I don't think in today's time, again, you will meet someone who will tell you that mentorship is not important. It's really a concept that has taken up, and I think there's a lot of case studies out there that show the value of that. As you speak to a lot of people, I think the second part of that question of yours is the more important one in terms of managing mentor-mentee relationship. I think that's where a lot of the breakdown happens. And I feel like that's a whole topic in itself that could take another hour. But just I think in short, what I will say in the interest of time is that the the young professionals, I think, really need to understand that a good mentor-mentee relationship is driven by the mentee and not the mentor, because technically speaking, when you have a mentor, there are probably people who are more experienced than you in a particular area. That's why you've selected them. So by design, there would probably be people who are ahead of you in the career curve. So their time is less, there is less availability, etc. Of course, that can depend, but it's really important for the mentees to drive that relationship, to make it more objective oriented. So you really need to know why you are approaching someone, what is it that you want to learn from them, be really specific about it, and just, like relating to what I said earlier, communication, I think, is extremely important. What I will say is that do not go into it with a mindset of, I once wrote an article that says mentors are not job portals. So do not go with it from a mindset of I'm talking to this person because they're going to help me get a job or help me get a particular opportunity. I think that can happen, but the primary purpose is creating that relationship with someone that, sort of motivates them to say your name in rooms where you are not there, etc. But that comes from effective relationship building, and that is the responsibility of the mentee. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you for that. Quickly, for the sake of time, Dr. Elsie, the importance of mentors and how can we manage those relationships?
I think mentors are definitely very important because I'm assuming this mentor is someone who has been in the field for a longer time than you have. So they have learned more. They have also made enough mistakes to sort of guide you into not making the same mistakes. I think it's also really important to find a mentor who you can relate to as well. I understand that there is always a need for us to find guidance, but I think you need to also be comfortable with the person guiding you. It will help you. It will help you have a better experience in your journey. And not only should you, as Farhan said, not only should you just rely on your mentor, but you need to go an extra mile to look for things for your own opportunities for yourself and sort of ask the mentor, okay, how can I navigate this properly? How can I handle this situation better? Because then sometimes we do have like the best intentions, but we don't necessarily have the best delivery. So I, definitely would say mentors are super, super important, and I would encourage everyone to sort of look for these mentors. I'm sure they can find them through LinkedIn, Twitter maybe. These people are usually very approachable, and they have a lot to gain from that.
Thank you for that, Dr. Elsie. To Dr. Dina, deciding your career path, was it mentors, trial and error, or following your own curiosity? If it was mentors, how can we manage that? And what are the maybe managing the relationship between mentors from your experience?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, my responses do not differ much from what Farhan and Elsie have shared. Just to add on to what they've said, I'm really in agreement with what they've said. Maybe to add on to that, I would talk about the mentorship was really the starting point. And I would just take the case of Elsie. I taught her a course, but she's been very aggressive through the other networks she was able to establish through the community to go even further. So you can have a mentor just to get you started, but going forward is how aggressive you become and the network you form. So I would really end up with the 3 C's that Farhan has shared. That is really the path and what has really sparked. So from my experience, a mentor was there to get me started. And then through the networks I got established, you really move ahead, establish new mentors or new relationships, and don't lose that connection with your first mentor, mainly for reporting back your achievements. At times, a mentor follows and they really feel proud of where the milestones you have reached. But it's really good. The good starting point is really through mentorship, and use that channel to be very aggressive to form even stronger and more aggressive networks, and definitely stick to the 3 C's that Farhan has said. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for that. And before even adding the other questions, if there would be any question from the participants in the joining us here, you can just give them into the chat before getting later on having your questions. If you have any question, you can drop them in the chat. So going to the next question, in the same category, we are trying to build the real capacity and the mistake maybe. The other questions, when things got difficult, I'm sure it might have been happened. Can you share even in your journey throughout the years, when things got difficult, maybe during learning or someone is feeling stuck, how can we push through that? And who helped you to stay on the track? Or what helped you to stay on the track? Farhan, when things got difficult during our learning journey, whatever, how can we push through that? And maybe if you have any techniques or sort of ideas we can share with us in that questions.
Thank you, Mgasa. I mean, I guess because I'm from the health background, I also tend to talk a lot about mental health and all that, and I feel that's also a good discussion to have, and it relates to your question. I mean, firstly, I think, having a continuous learning mindset, and that's exactly why I really push for that concept, is really helpful, because what it does is it turns every setback into a learning opportunity. I mean, I think for me personally, that is something that has really helped me in my career, just looking at setbacks, challenges, etc., as just learning opportunities, right? Like, what am I learning from this? How am I, going to improve? Or because, I don't know, it doesn't really help to dwell on some of these challenges. But, related to that, to your second question, I think it helps to have a support system, and that support system can be a lot of different people, right? Like, it can be your family, it can be your friends, it can be your mentors, it can be your lecturers at university. I know universities also have a lot of resources when it comes to helping students. I think it's so, again, just keeping it very short, I would say it really helps to have a continuous learning mindset. That is what I have done for myself whenever I have faced a lot of the challenges. And if you do feel like a challenge is sort of beyond your management, which that happens, then it's important to have a support system. And I think it's important for us all to figure out how to support each other. And I think it's interesting, because we are also discussing this sort of within the framework of AI, where there is this global discussion right now about, people sort of resorting to talking to chatbots rather than talking to people, etc. And there, all these different conversations. I do think, and that's why, like I said earlier, I push for a human first approach, where I think we sort of still need to rely on each other for this kind of support before turning to other means. So yeah, have a continuous learning mindset, and make sure you have some kind of support system around you that can be a lot of different individuals.
Thank you for that. And maybe we can have, because we are out of time, we just want to manage the short time that we have. In the same category, building the real capacity and skills, we can go to Dr. Dina Machuve. What are the essential skills, speaking to the technical people who they want to be AI developers today? What are the essential skills that someone can get into, and where can students build those skills while still in school or even the early graduates?
Yeah, thanks for that. I would really advise them again, the communities, find a community that with same interests at university, study groups, and start small. And really, there are a lot of cases out there. And start with the fundamentals. Go into coding. It's important. We have a lot of these chat GPT, but it's quite important to build the fundamental. Start with data structures and algorithms, mathematical foundations, and then when you get to coding, you really understand. So don't just go to coding without knowing the theoretical fundamentals. But again, it's all uh, community. There's strong communities out there that can really help you on the journey. And definitely stick to the 3 C's and take good care of your mental health. That's very, very crucial now. Yeah.
To Dr. Elsie, the same questions, maybe the essential skill for aspiring AI developers today and where they can get into that.
Yeah, thank you. So everyone has covered the importance of community, and yeah, I do also definitely agree that the community is able to help you find people who you can talk to and share your problems with. But something else that I noticed during my journey is learn when to take a step back and look at the problem you have from a different perspective. I remember when I was carrying out my master's research, there was a point when I was training my model. So it was an application that was intended to detect certain diseases. So with diagnosis, I'm not sure if I should use the word diagnosis or detection, but so it required me to put in symptoms, say malaria, put in malaria symptoms, and let the model sort of detect or rather diagnose what disease it was. So I remember during that time, I was inputting a lot of symptoms, and my model was just really predicting. The confidence of my model was so low, very low, and I was so frustrated. I hyperfixated on that problem for a week or two. It was so stressful, and sometimes as a student you don't have the luxury of time, so you want everything to work perfectly, everything to work on time. So I remember talking to one of my friends, and they told me, like, take a step back and sort of think about what is happening here so that you can come up with fresh ideas. Don't just keep staring at the screen and keep doing the same thing over and over again. Go leave your screen for a minute, think about the problem when you're relaxed, and maybe you will have another approach. And so I did that, and only to find out that my model was working just perfectly. It was working perfectly. It was able to think the way a medical doctor would think, because when you go to a doctor and there's so many symptoms, there can be so many things that this person is suffering from. But when you come with like a smaller set of symptoms, then it's a bit easier to know what it is. And that was how my model was thinking. But at that time I was so frustrated. So a takeaway that I got from that is always learn how to take a step back, look at your problem, talk to people, try to see what how they feel about your problem, because we tend to always think that our problems are so unique to us, but that is not true. Whatever problem that we're facing, somebody else has faced, and so it might not be the exact same context, but they can offer you advice that will help you deal with your problems better. So I know sometimes it's hard when you're in the programming loop, but always learn to take a break, always learn to share your problems and look at your problems from a different perspective.
Thank you so much for that. And as we are going up to end these sessions, we are going to the last category, and I think we would have one or two questions from that. The impact, purpose, and future pathway, how to get started with the critical, maybe techniques or whatever. The final questions, if there is one step, just one, that a student here who is listening right now can take for the next 30 days to move forward the career into AI, what would you tell them to do? And who should they talk to, reach out to, or learn from? If there is one step, just one, for a student here could take for the next 30 days to move toward their AI career, what would you tell them to do? Who should they talk to, or reach out to, or learn from? Starting with Mr. Farhan. I think I also post the question here before starting taking the question from the other people.
Okay, thank you for that, Mgasa. I mean, in terms of like just one sort of step, I mean, as I mentioned earlier, keep that sort of 3C framework in your mind. I think it helps. But for the capacity, I think what helps is for students to, I mean, I do that even as a professional right now in my life. At the start of every year, I sort of sit and sort of develop almost like a capacity building plan for myself, where I'm thinking about, okay, so it takes a little bit of reflection in terms of like, what are you seeing happen around you in the job market, etc. what are the skills that you think you are lacking in terms of, being able to perform, and then develop like an annual learning plan where I'm like, okay, I need this particular skill, this is how I'm going to get it. And there can be different ways that you can get those skills. Either it is through, doing online courses, or, talking to certain people, etc. But it helps to have like a clearly made sort of capacity building learning plan, and I usually push all professionals to do this. So maybe in the next 30 days, if you are a student, and I know you are already studying a lot in university, this is not necessarily to add to your burden, but do sit and think about, maybe outside of what you are learning in university, is there anything that you need to learn? And then reflect a little bit on how you can learn that. And I think this is where, again, mentors can also be useful. If you already have mentors, or even if you don't, go to a university lecturer, sit with them, tell them, I want to learn this in this year, can you guide me how I do that, etc. But it does help to have something written down. I'm a big believer in that.
Thank you for that, Mr. Farhan. The second one, Dr. Dina, the same question.
Actually, my response doesn't differ much from Farhan. That you take time to evaluate yourself and what you lack, and especially like on what challenge you're going to work on. If you're working on a project or you're working on something. So you want to be a data scientist, which domain? You want to work in health, agriculture, or research? You look onto that path, and you try to benchmark the skills that you need from the best. There are quite a lot of models out there, and that's really when you take time to take that to do that evaluation, and once you have evaluated the skills that you need, that's when you try to speak to a mentor or someone who has succeeded in that field to really compare the plan you have developed to what they have gone through. That's what I really see as the way forward in my advice. Thanks.
To Dr. Elsie, if there is one step that a student here can take for the next 30 days to move on with their career into AI, what can you tell them? Who should they talk to or reach out to or learn from?
I would say be bold. Be very bold. You have nothing to lose. I should know this. So be bold. Look for people who are doing similar things that you want to dive into. Reach out to them, tell them what you need. Be very direct in your approach. Tell them exactly what you need and what outcome you're hoping to achieve. And also accept criticism. Whenever somebody talks to you about the work that you've done, it's never about you as a person. They're talking about your work. So be open to positive criticism. And if anything, go out of your way to look for positive criticism, because that's when you grow. And also be very humble in your learning journey. It's so easy to work with a person who listens, a person who you can sort of, a good person to work with. Like, be a person who people would want to work with. Don't be difficult. Don't, always listen, and be bold.
Okay. So I think that was the last question from my side. And maybe we have some few questions from the chat here. And then I would pick the first question from Anel. She asked it, as a technical expert, how do you balance being a creative person and still being a technical person? Because in many scenarios, technical people can juggle creativity alongside their technical activities. So I think this question, we can direct it to Dr. Dina and Dr. Elsie, if you can share an answer to that. As a technical person, how did you balance between being a creative person and being a technical person?
Maybe Elsie can start.
Dr. Elsie or Farhan, if you have an
Yeah.
answer.
I would say for me, it's my creativity that was the driving force. I looked at as I said earlier, I'm very much interested in the health domain, and I'm always looking for problems to solve in the health domain. Right now, I'm so deep into mental health, as you mentioned earlier, especially depression. So for me, it has always been look at the problem. This is the problem. This is how much it's affecting people, and of course, this is me talking from a research background. This is the problem that's a lot of people are facing. Like, how can I get on top of this? How can I sort of use the technical expertise that I have to create solutions? And how can I build systems that are very, friendly, I would say, things that are meant to benefit people rather than drive them, further towards the edge. So for me, I would say it does go hand in hand. And I would also advise the person asking the question that always talk to people who are actually hands-on, people who are in the field, for you to really get a feel of how people there navigate. Sometimes some things people would assume aren't necessarily true. So for me, I would say I never needed to juggle anything. My creativity was the driving force for me, and it has really been the driving force to this day. And yeah, there's so much I've been able to achieve because of my creativity.
Okay.
So Mgasa, just to add on that, right? And I mentioned this in the chat as well. I think this is also where people need to think about, as I believe Dr. Elsie or Dr. Dina had mentioned earlier, forming these multidisciplinary teams. I think the approach necessarily doesn't have to be that you need to juggle and you need to do everything. I think that might end up becoming too much, but this is where I think naturally creative people should come together and work with the tech people, work with the domain experts, etc. So I would say, by all means, if there are ways you think you can sort of stimulate your own creativity, do that. But in the event that that seems difficult to do, I think the next best thing is to just work with creative people, or work with just form those teams where you can fill each other's gaps.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Farhan. The other question was directed to Dr. Dina. Hassan, a student from MUHAS. Dr. Dina spoke of starting with basics. However, the basics are way diverse, and at the times it's difficult to focus. How did you navigate through these varieties of logical distractions?
Thanks for the question, Hassan, and Gasa for voicing it out. I can't say that I'm stable now, but I use that technique of stepping back and really evaluate yourself. And the times you really go is back and forth. You wish you had this pathway from the beginning, but really, because I didn't have that pathway or good mentor with programming skills, and I didn't give up. That's really the main thing. And I also take time to really take care of my mental health so that I remain stable. Stop from programming and do something else different. I enjoy part-time farming, gardening. It helps a lot. I exercise. So you really it, and then when you come back to the programming, you are all refreshed. So you really need to find something to make sure that you are able to remain stable and sane. Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Thank you for that, Dr. Dina. The other question from Yuma Rubea. He said, majority of the mentors says AI is expensive. So how do you motivate students to pursue this career on themselves without external support like from universities or a company? Mr. Farhan, if we can start with that. I think you also shared something into the chat.
No, I mean the response that I gave Mgasa was to the earlier question around, the basics and all that. And just to add, I think, to what Dr. Dina said, I think what helps, as I mentioned earlier, is to, I think, having like a concrete sort of learning plan helps you focus on those, like what exactly are the basics that you need to learn. But then also, when you have something written down, it holds you accountable and, allows you to stay away from distractions. With regards to this particular question, I mean, I sort of shied away from answering it because I'm not, I feel like this is very much an entrepreneurial question, because I mean, in my mind, AI, yes, is an expensive technology, but I guess if you're thinking from a, I guess, developer perspective, where you're thinking about developing your own sort of tools and technologies, etc., which I know that there is a narrative on the African continent right now that we need to develop our own models, etc. I think it's a good conversation to have, but that is where, in my opinion, it becomes expensive. But if you are sort of building yourself as an AI practitioner for someone who is thinking about using tools that are already in that are already developed, or you are, trying to function in the job market, I think that you can do just depending on your skill set and how you develop it. But yes, if you are planning to develop your own sort of technologies, etc., your own language models and all that, that definitely might become expensive. But I think it's also a matter of, like advocacy. It's a matter of talking to, like we need to also, and this is where I said that there are things about AI that are not necessarily technical at all. I think we need to, and these are conversations that are happening in other countries in the world where they have figured out the tech part of it, but we need to think about financing, we need to think about energy, we need to think about data centers, we need to think about water supply, we need to, like, there's so many things that need to be thought about that are, and these are conversations that are happening sort of outside of our current ecosystem. But we need to sort of think about that. We need to advocate with our governments, for example, to think about making these kinds of investments, etc. So it's a loaded question, but I do think that if you are someone who is planning to just be a part of the ecosystem and use things that are already available, maybe you don't necessarily need to worry about this too much. But yes, if you are thinking bigger, which by all means do, just think about the whole ecosystem and how it's playing out in terms of you thinking about becoming a developer of technologies aside from someone who is just using them, is how I would respond.
Thank you for that. I think we will end up the session in the next 8 minutes. We'll just take into look into other questions from the chat. Someone is asking, what are the beginner-friendly AI projects students can do to strengthen their understanding before graduation? Dr. Elsie, can you take into that?
Yes, I think I began with classification problems. I started off with traditional machine learning. So there are classification problems that are, they're also available. I think you can get them through Kaggle. And yeah, there are also data sets there, so you can sort of play around with it, and you can choose something that you're interested in, like a domain that you're interested in, and sort of play around with it. There's so many open source tools for that.
Dr. Dina, if you can share something into that.
The same what Elsie has shared. Yeah.
Okay.
But I also really put on to algorithms as well is important. I've shared a resource there on the chat. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. The other question someone has asked, assuming I'm absolutely new to artificial intelligence and I would like to find a path there, again, referring to Dr. Dina on basics as a starting point, what exactly would be the basics for this path? I think Dr. Dina have answered that. Algorithms, so has been shared the link into the chat. The other questions, I'm trying to find out if there's any that we have missed.
think there's one at the top from Fred Hala about artists. You see that
Yes.
one? Yeah.
Yeah, Fred Hala asked it. Most of the artists are afraid of AI license instead of embracing it as a tool. It becomes instead of embracing it as a tool, it becomes an enemy with a lot of critics on images created through AI. What is the impact for artists and AI development? What is the impact for artists and AI development? I think Farhan, can you give us your perspective into that question?
Thank you, Mgasa. I mean, I think now these are, some of these are broader, almost philosophical questions and debates that are happening globally. I mean, I think generally we do have different people sort of processing the growth of AI in different ways. Some people see it as competition, some people see it as a tool to enhance certain aspects, some people see it as a sort of worker or co-supporter. There is a lot of risk. I think at least like I said, and I can talk on and on about why I think we really need to think about having a human first approach as we develop AI, because some of the fears that people have about, being replaced in our work, or the way artists have in terms of like thinking about that now AI is creating its own music, AI can create its own art and all of that. So some of these fears, in my opinion, are validated. But then I think this is where I will again take us to thinking about aspects like governance and leadership, and talking to and looking at how different countries or continents globally are dealing with the AI movement. Because I think if you look at the European sort of model of AI development, is very different from what US is doing, from what China is doing, and some of these things are implicated within that. So I don't think that is is a question that has a clear answer. It needs a lot more discussion, and some of those discussions are already happening on a global scale. So I would advise again the person who asked the question to also sort of get into that space, especially if they are an artist, and think about. But really, it will come down also to personal mindset in terms of whether you are embracing this and seeing it as something that can support you, or you are looking at it as something that's going to replace you. So yeah, I'll answer it in that way.
Thank you for that. We have 4
So,
minutes
one
remaining.
last one from Ezra.
Yeah, from Ezra Evans Nyamongo. He said, what are some common mistakes students make when trying to start a career into AI, and how can we avoid them? We will start with Dr. Dina, and then Dr. Elsie, and finalizing with Mr. Farhan Yusuf.
Let my colleagues go first, and as I think through it.
Okay, Mr. Farhan, can you take us through that?
Sure, Mgasa. So I mean, for me, I think what immediately comes to mind is that think about being a problem solver, right? And think about identifying the right kinds of problems that are there currently in the world that you can, solve using AI. Do not use AI because it sounds cool. Do not use AI for the sake of using AI. I mean, I think, and this is not just related to AI, I think it's been a challenge within the general entrepreneurial startup sector, where I think some sort of young people get into it just wanting to get into a startup space. There's a lot of, what I call the founder syndrome that goes on around in young people, where everyone wants to be a founder and a CEO, and sometimes they are founding solutions, or they are founding organizations, etc., that are not really solving a problem. So I would say please spend a lot of time in talking to people, going to communities, reading, learning, so that you are able to find out what problems exist that you are able to solve with AI. That's a really important thing.
Thank you for that. Dr. Elsie, do you have anything to take us in through that?
Yeah, I would say take it one day at a time. You don't need to know everything all at once. Take it one day at a time. And yeah, just pace yourself and you should be fine.
Thank you for that. So I think
One more from Lubango.
one more from Lubango. Lubango is asking, as a Tanzanian, you may have purpose and determination to learn, but there are barriers to acquire the new technologies like AI due to the lack of knowledge and limitations. Right expertise to assist you to reach there. As an expert, how do you help us fulfill such ambitions and dreams since practicality is very low? Farhan, yeah. Oh, Dr. Dina, Dr. Dina,
Yeah,
welcome.
I think that's where the Tanzania AI community comes in. That's really a very good starting point. Don't start with the mindset that there are barriers, but be positive. Reach out to the community. They will direct you to the right experts, by then link you to the right people. Once you are linked to the right people, you'll definitely get the right advice. And it's the community. So you bring these questions to the community so that you get response. We are the ones to shape how our Tanzania AI community should assist us. So that's where I really find the strength of the community. That's where you are linked to experts and you get responses to different questions and the way the path is. But really, I really see that currently the AI landscape, a lot of open resources out there, a lot of open resources to start learning from. And we have the community. When we started on AI, we didn't have the Tanzania AI community, which is really, we are the ones to say, to dictate how it should assist us in the career path and even on starting that. So that's really my response to that. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Dr. Elsie, do you have something before we end up?
I totally agree with Dr. Dina. I got into the domain 6 years ago. So everything has changed. There's so many tools now and most things are open source. So yeah, there really isn't, and there is always a starting point. So I would just encourage whoever asks the question, just go for it. Look at open source platforms where you can get the tools that you need. Use ChatGPT to also sort of navigate whatever you don't know how to navigate. And also, yeah, the community really does help.
Thank you for that. And I think this would mark the end of our...
Mgasa, actually, do you mind if I steal a few minutes? I have a question also.
Okay.
One last one, if that's okay. How is the job market for AI and ML jobs in Tanzania? Are there many jobs out there? Is it in companies or universities? Or is it more about creating your own jobs by being an entrepreneur or using AI in a current position?
I think
there
the latter is what is working right now, developing your own tools and being able to
Okay.
get the finances. Companies are embracing AI, but they don't mention it as AI directly, but they incorporate it in adding value to their services they offer. But the job market directly as an AI researcher, as an AI person, mainly in academia, because most of the universities now are starting programs on data science. So in research through academia and in industry, the uptake is coming up. A lot of startups now are developing tools that are normally like you develop a very good tool and then Vodacom comes and acquire it. Some startups make good money, but it's coming up slowly in the industry. That's how it is. Yeah. According to my experience, yeah, it's emerging.
Okay. Great. Hey, Farhan has a hand up.
Yes, Lonnie. So just to
Yes.
add to that though, Lonnie, I mean, I definitely agree with the status that Dr. Dina has provided, but I'll also say one thing. I feel like, yes, it's great that we have we have an AI community and we are discussing all these things, but in my opinion, I also feel like the general sort of, there is a lot of, either lack of understanding of AI and, knowing how exactly it works. A lot of people will tell you that, because I remember, and I might be mistaken about this, but I remember a few years ago, someone from like the management team of Vodacom had said that, I am willing to hire like 50 people who know AI because we are thinking about some of these solutions, but I can't find the right kind of people. So I do
Huh.
think that what we need to focus on a lot, and I know even as the Tanzania AI community, this is something that we really sort of talk about, think about a lot as well, in that, how do we like actually like build the skill sets and have like actual sort of strongly technical people who are doing AI beyond buzzwork? How do we sort
Mm.
of, share with the general industry that this is the talent that we have available, this is what AI is able to do for you? Because I do think that, if we are able to have the right kind of technical skills, the right kind of solutions, and we are able to showcase them in the right way, then in today's time, I don't think there's any industry that would not really want to take advantage of AI, right? But I do think there is a lot of lack of understanding, there is some skepticism. Of course, we also need to think about like legal frameworks and policy frameworks and all of that, which I know the Ministry of ICT is already working on. We also need to think about that before we just jump into or ask like these industry-based questions. So I feel like there's some amount of like baseline work that needs to be done, and all of us as a community, not just the Tanzania AI community as an organization, but all of us as a community need to sort of come together and figure out how do we create this, as we like to call it, an enabling environment for AI to flourish in Tanzania.
Wow, great. So it's both sides then, the demand and also the supply of talent when the demand is there as well.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
I-
Thank you.
Yes. Are you done, Mr. Ronnie?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah.
Mgasa,
So
go on. You can close.
proceed, please.
No, go ahead.
Okay, so I think we're about to close these sessions, and thank you very much to Dr. Dina Machuve, Dr. Elsie Kaaya, and Mr. Farhan Yusuf for your time and for sharing your experience throughout those years that you have been going through while building your career path. The key important thing is we need consistent, we need continuous learning, communication is the key, and we need to have confidence. There's a lot of lessons that we can get from this session, but I think the session is also, it was recorded. You can get them in the YouTube channel. And the last thing, perhaps, any AI community is building an AI community platform, and I've shared the link on the chat. The goal of this platform is to enable collaboration and having all the important people, being the mentors, the students, and everyone getting connected to between each other. So I've shared the link. You can go and register from there. And then I think you can find a lot of practitioners in our ecosystems. We have people with very good profiles who have done a lot of peoples. You can just getting connected with them there, reach out to LinkedIn, find out mentors. Perhaps you never know. You can get someone, or you can get whatever we are talking about. People who have the certain skills are there. Maybe you can get the job, perhaps the founders there, the students like you can get connected to. So you can go into that link, register your profile, put your profile, and that I think is one of the initiatives that Tanzania community is building on. So this marked the end of our session, and I think it would be it was very insightful session, and thank you for that, Mr. Lone as well. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, Mgasa. I think you can tell from the number of questions in the chats and the engagement how important that session was. So well spoken by the moderators, the moderator and the panelists. Thank you so much for your time on a Saturday morning. Really appreciate it. And yes, we will be posting this recording as soon as we finish on our YouTube. So look out for that as well. Okay, awesome. Okay, 10:09. We'll need to move on to our next session, and that will be all about our tool challenges that we have presented in the last couple of days from Paula AI as well as Twiga. So we'll start with groups who are able to present on their solution for their Power AI tool challenge. But first, I think can invite Freddie from Twiga to give a request for those who are working on the Twiga challenge. Yep. So Fred Caribou.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Yep.
All right. So I had a quick reminder for those who were doing the trigger challenge. If you're able to go to the repo and if you're able to just make your changes, of course, when you try to push your code, it's going to ask you to create a fork. So I'm expecting if you're working on the project to make your changes and commit them in the fork repository. And when you are trying to submit, you're going to just invite my username to your Git repository. And if maybe that's much of a process, you can just zip the files, like just create a zip of the files of your project and then send them to my email. So yeah, and if you're having any challenge trying to do a submission, as I just explained, either by creating a fork and committing your changes in the fork, or by creating a file of the changes you have made, you can just reach out to me and I can assist you in that. So I'll just share my email and phone number again in the chat. So if anyone has any issues while working on the Trigger Challenge, they can just reach out to me.
Nice. Thanks, Freddie. You'll share your email in the chat, right?
Yes. Also, on the presentation, really, we're just expecting you to just talk about maybe what you did, maybe the changes you did, which made some kind of maybe an improvement on it, or you just explain maybe what you learned from maybe going through the repository. That's going to be enough in terms of presentation. And if possible, you can even maybe share your screen and run and see how we can see how you get some outputs from that. That's it.
Great. Thank you, Freddie. Okay, email shared and phone numbers shared. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so and I think I believe Innocent Charles is online from Power AI. He'll be judging, of course, the challenge and the winners. Innocent, yeah, you're welcome. Do you want to say any words to begin? Innocent, are you there? Okay, he may not be online for the moment, but yeah. So I think any groups who have worked on the Power AI challenge using their API to customize the SLM, please raise your hands in the Zoom, and we will welcome each group one by one to do a presentation of what they've done. They can share their screen. I think we'll keep it to maybe 5 minutes and maybe a few minutes for questions. Hopefully there's been a few people who have tried this. So yeah. And I see Juma raising his hand. Okay. Yes, then yeah, Juma Kirbusana, please welcome to share your screen and talk about what you've done.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
So personally, I work on Power AI. So let me share my screen. First of all, I implemented on audio fetching. First, I cloned the project from the GitHub where we given the link, and I set my environment variables right here. So, and I populate everything. For example, this is red key or knowledge base. And I tried to, in order to test how it works, and when I upload the knowledge base on it, next year, I upload the keys like Power AI API key. That is what we have shared too. Then I use this kind of model for because I didn't use Amber, I use Blaze because I need to implement the tool calling, and fortunately I implemented them. And I use also text to speech, and it works fine on my side. I'll share it. And also I implemented this speech to text when I upload the file like audio, then it fetches the information from the audio and it displays what is going outside. Next, okay, let's start with the tools what I implemented on. I implemented the tool called the get current datetime because when you ask the blast, what time is it now? It catch the time where you are executed on your computer and fetches it and display to your as a prompt from. So this is a tool that is I register. So I create the file called the tool executor, where I register the this is a function called the get current time, where I implemented right here in tools. So it takes the format and how to display it, but the chart will only takes the hours and minutes, and you're gonna display on it. So what it does, it touch the current time on it and display it as a response. So in tool executor here, you can execute a tool call by calling that get current time, and this function handle the call from the call what we have registered on these available tools. Also, what I implemented on is to handle it in init. Where is it? Yeah, here inside. I formatted it on a response when the tool calling, it looks outside on down here. You can see when the tool calling, it prompts like this one and returns something similar. And on format message here. This is a format of tools where it's called from this one, where I formatted in here where it is fetches the tools from the configuration files right here. You can see the tools where I registered it as get current date time and what is returned. This is description to tell the LLMs that what a tool we have is get current time and return the times when in specified format. And that parameters text is that format, and it is not required anything, but that is optional because we add it as an option. And in audio, what I changed is to link it in with the configuration file in order to fetch exactly from the API keys what we have shared before. You can see right here. These are API keys from a text to speech, where it is speech, it is speak what is in a text. And this one is directly from what we shared in API reference page. And this is a text to speech to text, I mean. So let's test what I implemented on. Let's start new chat here and say, hey, what's up? Let's ask what is current time. Yeah, it fetches correctly the time. It is now 10:20 a.m. and that is my time right now. And it can speak it out.
The current time is 10:20 a.m.
Yeah, that's what I implemented on. And I tried also to add some files in order to convert it from the speech to text. Where I put it inside. Oh, I can't see it. Let me find it. Let me find it inside. I guess I downloaded the files from the audio file, and unfortunately I don't see right there. So I don't know where to put it. Maybe in that, I don't know. I don't know. Probably this one. I don't know if it is this. Oh no, it's face. Maybe it's not. Yeah, where it is, what is all what I did on tool implementation and audio generation. That's all. Yeah, thank you.
Wow, nice work, Juma. Very nice. Innocent, any comments, questions, or also from other people? Great. And Juma, is your
Hello.
code on? Oh, Innocent. There you go. Yep, Caribou Innocent.
Oh, thanks so much. Thanks a lot, Juma, for the solutions.
Yeah.
That's really amazing. Wow, perfect. Wow, that's really amazing. I couldn't be able to speak that, but you have done it. I mean, the tool functions you have used it, like the chat to be able to know the current time. That's really amazing. And also I mean the voice. I mean the voice mode, text to speech, speech to text. That's also really amazing. I'm really excited for that. And I think you can actually there is I mean, we have the public repository for people, for developers to share what they've done with Power. So you could actually, I will actually invite you as collaborator. Then you can actually put your code base there, and other developers will be able to learn like how to do that. Also, that's really amazing. And I think let's hope for the best. Maybe you could be the first one and actually get 200K from us. Let's just wait for other people what they've done with Power, maybe, So yeah, congratulations, all the best.
Really, thank you. It's what I'm trying on my best and what I did in this very shortage of time.
Yeah,
I think it's less than 24 hours. So the time was definitely limited for what you did. So well done. Any other hands? Anyone else who tried to work on this? Innocent, you said that people can collaborate on your GitHub, right? And I guess fork their own projects.
Yeah. People can actually collaborate to the repo, but I'll actually have I'll actually need the GitHub handle for Juma, and I will add him to the repository to share the codes. And also I think I will just have his number so that we can actually see if we maybe like they process the payments, because he has done a lot of things. The time was very limited, but he was able to crack the codes. He was able to know every part of the code space, like the audio integrations, the tools. That's very amazing. I couldn't be able actually to put the tool. I was like, let me just wait for the developers to do themselves. But this guy has done it like putting the custom tool, because there was a built-in tool like Google for some reason, like also we have PesaPay as built-in tool, but you guys could actually modify it and put your own customized tool. So this guy Juma has done it, put the Git current weather. So that's very beautiful. That's very amazing, and that's actually what has been our missions. We are trying to build platforms whereby these advanced kind of things, kind of tooling, listening, and everything's around it, like the MCP coding, will be there for developers in Africa and actually in Tanzania to build cool, amazing, actionable chatbots. That's our missions, and we are going to make it very, very resourceful. I think if you guys you have been using these other providers like OpenAI and those Anthropic and Gemini, like they do cost a lot just because of the tokens. So if you guys in Tanzania will be able to crack the Power AI, I think that's going to be a revolution in terms of production-wise. You're going to build productions, chatbots, not just chatbot like Mambo Power, but the very actionable bot, something that can actually access to the external data from the MCP, from the lag, also from the tool coding, and have this capability for reasoning in it. So that's very going to be amazing. I'm really excited on this, and I can't wait to see what you guys are going to build with it, not just for the IndabaX only, but actually for the future. So we really invite every developers in Tanzania, every builders in Tanzania to actually test our APIs, to test our technologies, and we're really excited for this year. So in the this month, we are going to release the platform. So you guys, everything will be in the platforms from login. You'll be able to log into the platforms. Actually, I've seen other people got problem like login. I don't know. I didn't expect people to log in, but there was some of guy go there try to log into the platform just to get the access. I mean the API key for some reason. So my bad. But this month we are going to launch the platforms where people will be able to log in to get the access key to see all the documentation, API reference, very formatted, very standard in a professional way. And so you have this sandbox to test it. And actually, yeah, so there'll be a lot of blueprint codes there. And I'm really excited for this month, for this year, it's going to be free for you guys to test it and actually to give us feedback and iterating over and over and over. But when the charging started, it's going to be very less minimal. It's going to cost a lot. That's what we wanted. We wanted you guys to actually experience the most advanced AI. Platforms at least costful, and you guys can actually, as we know, as like we don't have money. That's true. Yeah. Tanzania, Africa, that's true. So we can't depend on these providers, and they don't know what experience, Yeah, so as Tanzania, as Africa, I'm really excited, and we try to change. The ball, try to take the game back to our home. So yeah, let's hope for. Let's see what's coming. Let's hope for the best.
Wow, because it doesn't end at the challenge, right? This is a longer term tool that people can use in the future after this day. Joseph Lawrence, you also raised a hand. Do you have a question, or do you maybe have a submission? Welcome. Welcome, Joseph. Yeah, Joseph, we can hear something, but not your voice. Okay, maybe not now. Okay. Okay, great. So I think we can move on to, unless Innocent, you have anything else, we can move on to Twiga and any tool challenge submissions from Twiga. Welcome to raise your hands and present to Freddie, who's also online now. Yeah, Joseph, if that was you, then you can go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. So, I did the challenge, the power challenge. So,
Okay, great. Okay.
I think I'll show you my screen.
Sure, please.
Something very simple. Okay. So, can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
Okay. Okay, yeah. Okay, I hope now you can see my screen, right?
Yeah, yes.
Okay. So I did something very simple. I used the use case of we have this thing. It's we call it a documentation of Tanzania Vision 2050 development strategy document, which explains more about what Tanzanian vision in the coming 25 years. So I wanted to use the power model, the power chart model, the embedding models, the TTS and the STT models to help Tanzanians to understand this vision by just asking it. So it was a very simple rag by using these power resources. So what did I do? When you go to the development of the chunks, I used this model for embedding. Let me go back to the requirements. Let me go back to the okay. Yeah, I used to create the embeddings using the power embedding model. I used the first version. I created the chunks and extracted the text from the PDF because it's a PDF it's a PDF document, so I wanted to select the chunks. I cleaned the text, then identify various sections in the document, and I wanted to get the smartest chunks so that I can identify the first one or two choices, and and then I implemented the chart on retrieving the response. I introduced the streaming response, as yesterday Innocent told us that we could. I really enjoyed this feature of streaming, whereby I can easily get the response even if it's a one-to-one talk, and I can receive the response. But also to retrieve the responses, the relative knowledge, and okay. I think you're getting what I'm trying to say, because okay, okay. Let's go back to here, the configuration. So from this configuration, I took the key, the embedding model version 1, as I said, use the Ember model, the smallest one. Yeah, and the knowledge base. So the knowledge base, I took the document. Here is the document. It's a Tanzania PDF document. Here it is, and it generated the embeddings. I can think you can see the embeddings here. So from here, we could retrieve the most relevant response to the user, and yeah, okay. Okay. Now, if you didn't understand either of the places, no problem. Let me share with you what do we get, the responses. So okay. Okay. Do you see the first API? The do you see the API? Loni?
I'm seeing your codes.
Oh, just in the codes. Okay, let me
Yeah,
do
I'm still seeing, yeah.
okay.
Maybe you need to switch the screen or something.
Yeah, I need to switch the screen. Let me
Yep.
do something like okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do it really quick. Mm, okay. Yeah. Okay. Now you can see the API.
Yes. Yes, we can. Cool.
Okay.
Oh, neat. Wow.
Yeah. Okay. Wait. Where is it? Okay. 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 So let's start testing maybe the chat, because it takes the document from it takes responses. So let's say for example what can I want to know from the vision? Let's say, okay, let's just ask it, who are you? Who are you? So yeah, let's say so it, who are you? Okay, yeah. Okay, now let's get here the response. So okay,
Wow.
I think you can see the response is too long. Okay, this comes to the prompt engineering of how I initiated the prompt, but I just wanted the power thing to be seen that this is from power directly. But let's come and focus on what I wanted to do. Okay, okay. Yeah. Okay. So if I empower digital assistant development Africa, I'm accurate to say utilize small language models, certified company, provide information. Okay. Now, when we come to the context here, based on the retrieving information from this, retrieving information from, based on retrieving information from the Tanzania Vision 2050 here. So it gives all the information, like the overview, the overview of the information, and it takes directly from the power, from the power documentation, from the power models. Yeah, I think okay. Let me share you. Okay, I think some can't read here properly, but good thing is that I prepared a simple front end. Okay, let me stop sharing this and okay, okay. Sorry guys, gonna be real quick. Yeah. Is it this? Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think you can see the front end, right, Lonnie? Hello.
Yeah, I see the assistant.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the AI guide to understanding Tanzania's development
Mm,
strategy.
yeah. So as I asked the same question, but
Uh-huh.
the retrieval of the thing is comes the way it retrieves. Yeah, it's not a bit beautiful as how we expected, but yeah, I just wanted to show like yeah, I used it and I created the embeddings and it's working quite well. But yeah, soon I will like improve it because I want it to be more of Swahili. And the good thing is that um the power provides that and yeah, addition to that I did something else. I dealt with the audio that it is. Okay, let me show you this. Okay, I'm having power troubles. Mm, okay. Okay. Mm, oh, okay. Okay, there's the. Now let's go to the audio. Let's get to the audio really quick. That's the knowledge base. Okay. So let's say let me enter some text here. For example, no. Yeah, let me enter some text here. Like what have you done? And let's check it out. Let's check it out. Oh, okay. I'm having okay, okay. There's something I needed to configure. Okay. Anyways, just I just want to showcase like something a little thing that I did, and I really feel like it's something very little. But yeah, at least I tried to do something, and I'm really grateful for doing this. And yeah, innocent. Back to I think it's back to Ronnie. Thank you very much.
Wow. Well, great job. Well done. I can see the innocence message. That is really impressive. And especially the fact that you worked on multiple parts of it, right? Thank you
Yeah.
so much. Innocent, any yeah,
Yeah.
questions or comments, please?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Lonnie. So Joseph, that's very good. That's a really amazing job. You have cracked it, the embedding model. For some reason we encapsulated everything. So we had this endpoint for knowledge base. We just upload the data and we did everything. But for some reason, you have decided to use to have every pipeline along the lag, like from abstractions, from chunking, and you have utilized our the knowledge-based endpoint to create the embeddings, and then you have implemented the similarities, I mean the constant similarities, the killer distance around it. That's very real good. Like that's power of developers. You know, we guys, we provide this technology for you to modify, to build. So yeah, that's really amazing. You have done a great job, and I'm really excited. I think you're going also to get something. I mean, you can inawezekana ukatoka bure. So from that, I think I'll just have to. Yeah, you guys. I don't know. Mnanoga kwenye nanili ngumu sana, but I think I'll try to. I mean, everyone to get something from the things you have done. So you could also give me your GitHub handle. I'll actually add you to the repo for you can actually put the codes there, and maybe for other people to be able to learn how to use the embedding models, like the audio, connect to the audio, and also the So they can actually learn like how you have developer community, so they really want the blueprints how to implement with the power. So I'm really excited. Thanks so much for your time, and I think just give me your number and also the GitHub repo, then we can actually disperse something there to your account. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Wow, yeah, very impressive. And the fact that Innocence says that there can be something. I think, yeah, we can also support that as well, Innocent. We'll talk about that. But great that both will come up with something, and of course, learn so much and impressed all of us. Thank you, Joseph, and thank you, Innocent. If there's no one else for Pawa, we can go to Twiga submissions of the tool challenge. Freddie is online to take a look and ask questions. So welcome anyone with, who attempted the Twiga challenge for PDF parsing. You can raise your hands when you're ready to present. Please do though, as we're getting into chai tea break time. Yeah, Freddie, you said that some people did fork the repo, right? So some people definitely did try it.
Yes, so there's someone who actually just invited me to the fork, and
Okay.
I'm actually taking a look into it. I think they are not able to present, but I think we can use
Yeah.
that submission.
Do you want to share the screen?
I'm going through it right now, so let me
Yep.
try to put it here.
That's good. You can present on their behalf.
So I just pulled the code.
Fatima.
Yes. I think they added this file. So I think they created a new file and this is where they did their changes.
Okay.
Okay, I see. Let me try to do this. So I do see the PDFs were actually sent for parsing. Then they're able
Some
to,
results, looks like.
yeah, they're able to get some results. Yeah, they did reach to the end on the parsing notebook. Check on the log. Right. Not sure if they did the rag part. Since I still see the comments, like the outputs which I was getting, because
Oh, they didn't change this part.
yeah, it could be these are the outputs which I got, so I did commit with the outputs. So yeah, but then this file, this is the new file, and I did see what's this? I do see they had a few commits. I do see they did a few commits here. So I think they created this new file and yeah, and they're updating it, I guess. So I think they just did the parsing one. So what I can do is I can run it. So they didn't provide me with the env. So I just asked them which model they used. Oh, so they just did the parsing. So yeah. So let me just run this and see the parsing output which we're gonna get. So let me get my env first because I need to keep the Llama Pulse API key. I got my Llama Pulse API key. And now we can try running this. But I don't think this needs, let's just run it. I think it needs to be moved inside here, but let's just run it from here. Let me clear the outputs and just try to run all. Which one was I using? I think just this. Not this. Yeah. Yeah, it's running. Okay, so I think they're using it in Google Colabs. I guess we have to use Google Colab for this. Okay, so let's just give it a shot. But also, let me just ask them if they got their output, the Markdown outputs, if they can even share that output. That might be a way for us to see.
That'd be enough to evaluate what happened, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because we are going to look at the final output they got.
Nice.
Just set it.
Oh, this is on Colab already, right? Okay.
So that's fine. So we have to upload. Okay. So I was able to select the PDF files. So the uploading.
Okay, Freddie. So we're actually at 11 o'clock, and we need to start the poster competition presentations really soon. So maybe you can continue looking at it and evaluating.
All right. Yeah. That's
Sorry about that. Yeah, the
So-
panel went over time, and then the presentations took some time. So
Okay, that's fine. So I'll get the final output, and then I guess later on I'll share the generated markdowns and then provide the score or my feedback on that.
yeah, great. I think after lunch at 2 o'clock we'll be doing the award and announcement. So there you can kind of show us everything that they did.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Great. Okay, Dr. Dina, Essa, welcome back. we are about to start the poster competition. We're also waiting for Elsie to come online. So maybe at around 05 we'll start.
I'm here.
Ah, okay, Elsie. Zoom. Okay, great. Okay. Yep, Essa, you're here. Welcome to the Zoom link. Just give me a few minutes to. Hey,
Hello.
how you doing?
Good morning,
Nice.
everyone.
Morning. Yeah, we didn't really have our scheduled tea break, but hopefully the people at the hubs were able to get their breakfast and come back. We probably don't want to delay too much. So I don't know, Essa, do you want to give an introduction about the poster competition, the history and kind of what the prizing structure?
Sure. So very quickly, then maybe we can take a short tea break, let people get something.
Okay.
But essentially, the poster sessions are rooted very much in deep learning in Indaba. So I'm sure you've heard this before already, but just to emphasize it, the IndabaX is part of a larger initiative called the Deep Learning Indaba, which is an annual African AI conference that happens in different parts of Africa. This year, it's happening in Kigali. Last year was in Senegal. Next year will be announced at the end of this year's conference. And it's very much rooted in academics and research communities and work that they're doing. So a lot of what happens there is people who are passionate about the work and research they're doing in AI have an opportunity to share, present, engage, discuss, and just essentially nerd out about all of their AI work that's been going on. And part of that is enabling representatives from different countries to go show their poster work there. So the winner of the poster presentation will receive a full sponsorship from Indaba to go attend the 2026 Deep Learning Indaba and represent the country and present their poster there. And that is also a competition. So you have chances of winning that competition as well. And historically, we have had Tanzanians win poster presentations in previous Indabas as well. So really excited to hear about the posters and what everyone has planned.
Nice. Thanks, Essa. Thanks, Essa. Should we take a tea break? That'd be okay for everyone?
I think everyone's been on the call for a little bit. It'll be good to at least stretch for a couple of minutes,
Yeah.
and then we
Yeah.
can come
Yeah.
back to it. If that
Great.
doesn't change our timing too much, maybe 10 minutes?
Yeah, 11:15.
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Then we'll start with the list. We have 18 presenters coming in, so 5 minutes each. Cool. Okay, we'll go back to her if possible. Next participant is Glory Msasalaga, and her poster is Tamu Talk. Glory, if you're online, please go ahead and present. Yeah, Glory, I do see you online. Okay, maybe still on coming back from tea break. Okay, Mgasa Lucas, who was our moderator this morning. Poster title is Sura Soft.
Yes, can you share my screen if I have the poster?
Your poster.
Yes.
Coming right up. Sorry. Yeah, you can see it?
Yes, I can see it. So quickly, let me introduce myself once again. My name is Mgasa Lucas from Quantum Intelligence. And in this Tanzania IndabaX as a local chapter towards the continental representation of IndabaX that will be happening in Rwanda, for this opportunity to present the poster presentation around research and some of the efforts we're trying to build in our company. We had the opportunity to present one of the research that we're doing around computer vision and sort of that among the others. So one of the products that we're building is called SolarSoft, which is the video understanding platform for CCTV camera. So the case study for this research, traditional CCTV camera are creative and they are limited by human capacity because they just record the footage and they store them to the DVR, digital video recorders or network video recorders, which are used in the offices, in the business areas, even around the home areas. So what we are trying to build is an intelligent surveillance using the existing open source tools, trying to deliver real-time analytics from those videos that are recorded. So the problem is if someone is currently using CCTV camera, when they inject into their home or into the business areas, they just record the videos and they store them into the DVR, for example, those the recorder that they store those video footage. So if someone needs to understand if there's a certain kind of event, so if there's a certain person maybe visited the place and need to understand what has been happening, you have to review those videos at the end of the day maybe, or you have to go through each video that has been recorded maybe throughout the day. So it's kind of like the problem that exists. So we want to use AI that can analyze the existing videos using vision language models with integration of different LLMs so that we can analyze those events that are happening and giving the specific insights when the certain events occur or some sort of that. So the use cases of this is particularly around security industry, for example, and so that we need to enable this camera with not just being passive and allowing them even people to access those cutting edge technologies even in the existing resources. So the other thing is these intelligent cameras, they do exist, but the problem is they are very, very expensive if someone needs to integrate or to buy the camera with AI capabilities. So being expensive, people, they do not find the real use cases with traditional CCTV cameras because they are just passive and they are not so much that intelligent. And the use cases are now like, people are putting there their cameras, but they don't find the usefulness for them. So the study objective of this research is to build like the deep learning pipeline for real-time video understanding and to enhance the events or action detection using vision language models and with the tools like open source software like YOLO and others. And to integrate large language models for multimodal understanding and summarization of the events for the CCTV camera is the initial case studies, but also to enable the performance of edge deployment in the CCTV devices, even using the small tools like maybe the Raspberry Pi that they can learn these AI models for the edge devices. So, but also to enable the local security challenges that are used so that they can be solved by using AI-driven solutions. So the materials that have been used for this initial development of our research, we use different video footages and then integrating them into the models by using the existing open source tools like YOLO and large language models to enable those detection of the events and the specific people around those environments. And the deployment strategies that was used for this research, we used tools like Raspberry Pi for the initial testing and integrating them with the existing infrastructure as the initial point of testing. And the video analysis, it combines vision models like Llama 11B, which is the vision model, and models like Whisper to create a description by taking a key frame from the video and feed it to the vision model and get the details of what happens from that space. So it uses like the details from each frame and transcribe that and tells the user if maybe the certain kind of frame of the video, it has the certain kind of activity so that someone can do a follow-up or can have just a small summarization on that. So among the features, it actually can learn completely locally, no cloud services that are required. We use like tools like Raspberry Pi, as I mentioned earlier. We also leverage like OpenAI API to enable the transcription on those events. Yeah, that's the initial details. Like, let me go through. So our system operates into three stages. The first one is frame extraction. So if we input the video to the model, what we do, we actually extract the key frames, and then those frames are inserted into the LLMs. And then after that process, the LLMs transcribe the events and it return the output. For analysis, as I mentioned earlier, we use vision LLMs like Llama, which is the vision model. And after that, the process will return like the detailed JSON output that analyze the result from that process.
Yeah, thanks, Mgasa. Is that, have you completed?
Yes, I think that can be a bit about what we have done. Yeah. So maybe for the conclusion, this research is initial step or efforts trying to build the compatible computer vision tools and combining like vision language models, YOLO tools, and LLMs to provide the superior detection and human-like understanding of the real environment of the world, and building something beyond like the local chatbots and sort of the real solution in that space. So our goal is just to advance these capabilities to enable public safety and to make them easily to deploy with existing infrastructure limitations. The use cases, they can go around the urban safety, but also enabling those powerful technologies, even in a small environment, they can be used for the large community. So I think that can be a bit on this what we are doing here.
Nice. Thank you, Mgasa.
Okay. Thank you.
Great stuff. Appreciate it. Okay. Because of number of presentations and bit limited time, we'll move on. Unless if there's any questions, I think someone can just chime in. But next presenter is Rashid Saidi, AI-powered diabetic retinopathy. Rashid, are you there? Welcome to present.
Hello.
Hi, Rashid. Yep, Kiribu.
Okay, my name is Rashid Said from Areli University.
Do you have a presentation?
Yes.
Oh, I can share. Okay. Are you sharing or should I?
Okay, you can share.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Rashid Said, and our project is AI-powered mobile app for diabetics retinopathy detection. This application is more useful for area where are not friends, or let's say in urban areas. Also, it can be used for rural areas, but this we design for what? For the doctors to identify or to analyze diabetic retinopathy stages. This disease is affected more people with diabetic retinopathy. Let's start on background. There is limited access to retina specification and tools for diagnosis and the screening for diabetic retinopathy image. So there is an existence system nowadays, but most of the system is used, let's say, manual analyzation or desktop application to analyze those images. But on this application, we use mobile phone to analyze retina part of patient and can be used.
Recording in progress.
Hello.
Yeah, go ahead. We're hearing you.
Okay. This is an AI mobile app can be more flexible and easy for retina specification to use. Also, it allows doctors or nurses to upload those images directly by using those phones. Let's come on objectives. Objective of this application is to help doctors and also all areas for analyzing those image to help retina specialists reach rural areas where tools and infrastructure are limited. Also, another objective is to make sure AI and other technology are used more efficient. Let's come on methodology part. As you see here, this is the image of our system. Doctor can interact with mobile phone, and those mobile phone integrated by AI model for analyzation of images, and also doctors and nurses can receive feedback from AI model direct of clinical findings, recommendation, also features. Let's come on another part. Can you scroll down on this poster? Yes. This is a first page. As you see here, this is a login page for the doctors. So doctor can register here and enter the details like username and password, then can enter. This application allow doctors and nurses to manage those patients. So when you enter on this application, you can add patient details like phone numbers, emails, and so on. As you see, this picture is example for image or retina image of patients, and these are the part of feedback. There is a stage and recommendation. As you see here, there is date, and this is the stage of diabetic retinopathy, and this is the image that doctor uploads. These are the clinical findings and the recommendation of these images or these diseases. I think I'm done.
Great. Thank you, Rashid.
Okay, thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. Okay, we have Gloria back online. Glory, let me share your presentation. You have two. I'll just choose the latest one. Let me know if it's the right one or not. Yeah, Glory, go ahead.
Good morning.
With time we talk. And
Good
great name, by
morning,
the way.
everyone.
Morning.
I will present the poster called Tam Talk. And first of all, I will explain about the problem facing the university students and other people surrounding the environment of Tanzania. First of all, the problem facing is that university students often face poor nutrition or nutrition deficiencies due to significant lifestyle changes, stress, and limited access to balanced meals, which leads to irregular eating patterns and low awareness of healthy dietary practices, putting their long-term health at risk. So, for example, you may find maybe a student from first year to third year facing the words from surrounding people telling them that you are thin or what. So this Tam Talk will enable that student to analyze and look at his or patterns of each day or 7 days. And why Tam Talk? Or what are the objectives of Tam Talk? Objective of Tam Talk is that will enhance or empower students to make informed dietary decisions and also to reduce long-term healthcare costs through preventive care. And also, it will enable governments to analyze and look at the patterns of or generalize the whole university students on how they eat. And it even will overcome the micronutrients deficiencies. So first, when a user has to get recommendations, he or she has to add meals of each day. So for example, today, maybe I Glory ate in the morning tea with mandazi or tea with vitumbua. Then the system will show or will list all the food and select it, and a user will say the portion size. Can I show my system? I share the screen of the system.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
You have about 2 minutes left.
Oh, all right. So as you can see, this is the website. And So as you can see, the system, because I've already insert the past days and today, then it will show the nutrition analysis. And here is where a user will insert the food, the portion size, and the daily food intake time. And for example, he or she needs recommendations. The recommendation here is based on a artificial intelligence model. So the user will get recommendations for the last days because the recommendation or the AI nutrition model is based on 7 days or 30 days. So for example, I insert 4 days for the last 4 days. Also, the recommendation will list that I need to improve in a certain nutrients with also the foods that I recommend to take. And also in case maybe, for example, a student is facing with the diabetes or blood pressure, he or she will have to come and see at a glycemic index and see if maybe the food he or she ate that day is medium or low or high index level. So this is my presentation. Thank you.
Wow, nice. Thanks, Glory. I think we all need this kind of app in our lives. Very impressive. Next up is Ipiana Essa wa Isekwa. I believe you're online.
Yeah,
Welcome
sure.
to present. Yeah, you can read their titles a bit longer. So I can wait, sorry.
I think I'll share my screen.
Is this okay? Or do you want to?
I have made some adjustment on that presentation. Thank you.
Go ahead, Caribou.
All right.
Yeah, presenters, watch the chat. There's some questions coming on for Glory, so please answer if you can.
Okay.
From Dr. Dina. Ipiana, you're still preparing the
Yeah.
presentation?
Okay. So.
I have a question, Lord.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, we can.
All right. So thank you very much. My name is Piana Mwiseko from Mbeya University of Science and Technology. And we're working on the research for an integrated IoT ML system for real-time monitoring of post-harvest maize weevil infestation, design, implementation, and field deployment. So in sub-Saharan Africa, there is total losses of approximately 30 to 40% of stored grain, which is threatening the food security in most of our developing countries, since there is manual inspection, which sometimes can end up into failure to detect these weevil infestation on time. But there are some of applications that have been done which are mostly expensive and they are not real time. But again, there is high labor cost and cost contamination because these farmers, even business owners, they just rely on normal, these traditional methods on how to monitor these kinds of infestation. And from studies now, they showed that these weevils, they have 4 stages of life cycles. And the one which is mostly dangerous is the one when these the eggs have matured and they're in the larva stage where they are most destructive comparing to when they are adults. So when we say early detection, for our study, we discuss about how we can detect these weevils at the level of the larva and even the matured one, since the female Stophilus zimmes can lay 200 eggs in one seed to make sure that at least 1 or 2 or 10 of these eggs can mature and become larvae. And now on the objectives, our main objective is to develop the affordable TinyML solution for early detection of real-time monitoring of maize weevils. So when we say tiny machine learning, we mean the machine learning that is running into these small embedded devices. And the one from our studies, we picked 2 devices, and currently we are working on to improve to see how these TinyML models we have developed can even go beyond these 2 models that we have taken. The specific objectives we wish to investigate acoustic signatures of the maize weevil activities, where we focused on when they are feeding themselves and when they are moving around the storage or the maize bags. It can be a grain bag, silos, but again to analyze environmental factors that influencing the weevil behaviors. And from the studies, we've observed that there are 3 environmental factors that facilitate the destruction of these weevils. The first one is temperature. The second factor is carbon dioxide, and another one is humidity. So when there is high amount of carbon dioxide, it's one of the signature that weevil infestation have already invaded the storage. So farmers, even business owners, they just tend to get in and just sense the odor smell that is coming from the storage, and they will start predicting that maybe there are some weevils activities. So they start doing some fumigation, removing some of, taking some samples and dry them to see if weevils will come out from the seeds. But again, to develop accurate TinyML model for pest detection and create an integrated monitoring system for these farmers. Now, for our methodology, we managed to collect 250,053 audio samples over 100 days, and we splitted them into 2 seconds from 10 seconds each. And we used Arduino Nano 33BLE Sense, which has the PDM integrated microphone, as you can see in this image here. I don't know if the cursor is moving from your end. And again, we collected temperature, humidity, and carbon dioxide data from these from the grains. And what we did, we bought maize, 20 kgs and 10 kgs, and we put them into a soundproof controlled box. And then we mounted our sensors, as you can see here, to collect weevil activities, temperature and humidity, in order to find how these data are being collected and to see if they are accurate to give us the insights about these weevils. And then we collected this data. We created CNN, where we tried to use spectrogram MFCC together with the MFE feature extraction by using Edge Impulse Studio platform. Then we trained our AI models and we got the Int8 quantized model. And then we deployed this model into 2 devices. The first one was Arduino Nano BLE Sense, 33 Nano BLE Sense, the one we used to collect data. And another one, which is Zero ESP 33 Sense, which is the one now we are using for the devices that we currently have. And again, we created a user dashboard to register devices, to keep these data from the storage and send these SMS alerts. And now, how we collected our data, we use this architecture. We collected our data and we converted these sound waves into some small samples. By using PySerial, we converted them into a wave and then stored into our PCs. And then now, how it is working now, we have the device which is powered by TinyML, and we have built local servers where all the data, all the analysis that are analyzed at the edge from the devices which is running TinyML, only informed decisions are being shared on the dashboard, and the SMS is being sent to the user after every 6 hours in order to maintain the power consumption of the whole device. But when the number of weevils goes beyond the threshold that we thought that it will be beyond this one, the farmer will get an instant message to show that the continuity of these weevils activities is higher than that threshold, to advise the farmer to go to check and take the action before they get lost. So from
1 minute, Samani, 1 minute.
Oh, all right. So from the study, we got 99% the training accuracy, the test accuracy, and we optimize this model to run into these embedded devices. And now the platform is running well on our devices. I think I may show something here on the device that I currently have from my table. So this is the dashboard, which is running for the device that I have currently here. And if I view the device details, you can see it shows it is online, and last seen is just now, however, that I created this device on this date. So these are the sensor data that are coming. It shows some alerts when it detects that data are running beyond the this threshold that we set from the device. I think that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Sorry, I was muted. Thank you. Next up is Miriam Blessing. Are you online for Deep X-ray? Miriam. Okay, if not, then next up is Baraka Lucas for Rafiki Bots. I think I see you online. So Baraka, welcome.
Thank you so much. So
can you share or
screen?
Should I share? I can share. Oh, you got it. Good.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So good morning to everyone. My system is actually a robot, and sorry, do you see it clearly?
We do, yes.
Okay. So I'm here to present to you about the Rafiki robot, which is an IoT and machine learning robot. So what was the very basic idea of this? This was majorly based on the number of the population in Tanzania that is actually left out by the technology, the IoTs and machine learning models and the AI. When I'm talking about IoT, it is just how it functions, but the main functionality of this robot is basically on machine learning and AI technology, where we thought to see, we saw that about 16% of the population of Tanzania is about old peoples and the disabled ones, whereby they lack enough knowledge about what this is actually going on. So we actually wanted to show and give them some information about the robot, but still they could not easily interact with the AIs and the machine learning models. Then we decided to create a technology that will be friendly for them so that they could easily interact with them. But still they had an error, and I mean they had a bit of challenge interacting with them since they only depended on speaking and just listening. Now the technology that was available was just the one that can be typed. So we opted to create a conversation model. But later on, they could not speak in English, so we wanted to create them a model that can speak in their friendly language. So we opted to create a robot that speaks in Swahili, but it thinks using the AI models. So that is about how it was, and it actually works in an easy way. We actually have the disabled people or the elderly peoples. These are the group that we were mainly focused on. They can easily interact with the robot by just talking to them, talking to it, I mean. So the robot has a microphone and it has a speaker that easily captures the conversation between the elders or the disabled people to it. So the elderly or the disabled people can just communicate by calling it, then it replies using the speaker. But in the background now, this is where we find the AI model now. So I'm not sure if you can see it clearly, but in the background now we have the AI model, which is which we have we have our own, it is own trained, and we are using RIG, retrieve augmented generation, to actually use the data set from the database. So the robot actually thinks, it takes the information and process it, then it actually understands, then it actually have movement capabilities. You can see it, how it functions. So the main idea of this thing is when the user communicates with it. Right now we are using a module, a large language module that actually listens, and we actually take the API from there, then we interact it with the physical environment, the IoT part, whereby the robot can, the person can just talk to it, then the module processes the information. So when the person talks in a formal way, the mic captures the sound, then the sound is converted into text, then the text is now fed to the module. So from the module, we actually pass through the text and find a main point of the conversation, and we take that point to the database. So we search the database for the related informations, then we actually provide the information to the AI, to the AI now, the OpenAI or whatever, but we actually use the OpenAI, so we provide the information there. Then the OpenAI now generates an answer. So that's the generated text, the generated answer is taken back to the robot, and from there we have a text to speech module where it converts the text into words, and now they are fed into the speaker so that the users, the elders and disabled people can hear. It actually works in less than 2 to 3 seconds, since we actually use a bit of information, and we are actually using customizable large model languages. But the main objective of this was to actually create a friendly technology for the elders and the disabled people, since they cannot interact well with us and they feel actually left out a bit. So this is actually how it works. Just the robot can be called, then it answers to signify that I hear what you're saying. Then
sorry, Baraka, 1 minute.
Okay. And we actually have the data dashboard that is to show what actually happens in the background, and we have the number of sensors in the front. If you could allow me, I could show you how it works. I have a short video that I can just pop it up to show how it works, the physical thing, if it's okay with you.
Go ahead.
Okay. So this is a pre-recorded video that actually me communicating to the robot in Swahili. This is how it works.
I don't think we can hear the sound though.
Yes?
I don't think we can hear the sound.
Okay.
Or is I cannot.
So I did not notice that. Okay, let me see if
I think you have to share the sound setting or something.
Okay, let me see that.
Yeah, if you could fix it quickly, otherwise.
Just a minute, then let me see.
Okay.
Can we hear that?
Yes. Yes.
Habari.
Niko vizuri, asante. Na wewe je? Una jambo lolote unalotaka kujadili au kuuliza?
Naomba uniletee maji.
So
Wow, okay, thank you, Faraka. Amazing.
So that was all about my presentation. Thank you. For any question, you can just ask me through the chat.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Faraka.
Thank you so much.
Great. Okay, next up, if you're online, Zayana Said, DFAAS. Are you online? I didn't see you. Okay, if not, then we have a two-person presentation, or at least submission. Calvin Helmu and Christopher Mtoy for Rafiki AI. Are you guys, are either of you guys online? Okay, looks like no. Then Akram Ali Omar for Smart Medbot from Suza, I believe. I do see you online, so welcome to present.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Sorry, there's a noise here. Let me close that. Hello?
Yes, much better, I think. Go ahead.
Okay, so should I share my screen?
If you can, yeah. I don't have your presentation. I don't see it. Please share.
Yes. Now do you
Yes,
see
coming.
it?
Yeah, we do. Great. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you so much. My name is Akram Ali Omar from the State University of Zanzibar. I'm here to present my study, which is called an AI, IoT-based conversational AI assistant. We call it SmartBot. This solution started from the problem where in different areas where there's very low resource settings, like a rural area, they have limited access to healthcare professionals, especially at those time where maybe in the midnight or whatever. So this situation, it hindered timely identification of abnormal vital signs like the temperature, heart rate, and other vital signs. So in that case, I came up with a very low cost smart health system that has been integrated with the IoT sensors to monitor vital signs, but also to detect some health risks using a machine learning and give instant advice through AI chatbot. So as you see from this diagram here, the solution is made up of IoT device, which will include different sensors to monitor vital signs, but also there is a chatbot system whereby it gives some conversational recommendations to the user. So when someone maybe doesn't feel good, so he or she can wear that device and they monitor some those parameters, and after that, the system is going to detect the abnormalities of those vital signs, and then from there, the system will ask user if he or she needs any kind of recommendations. And from there, the system will be integrated with the recommendation system, called the recommendation engine, whereby this engine has been trained using different experts. It is a knowledge-based engine, whereby it will provide a context-based recommendations based on the detected vital signs. So in this device, in this system, there is an AI model that has been deployed on the device level where it provides some predictions and it alerts user if there's any abnormalities, as well as there's also another model that has been deployed online, especially for those maybe what we can call them those healthcare people that maybe sometimes they are somehow far from their patients, so they can access some of those kind of abnormalities from the detected vital signs. So this study has already been published on 2023 on ICMLT, and it has been already been validated. And as you see here, those models from the level of device level, but also in online web-based or on the part of the system, it gives an accuracy of 94% of accuracy for the cloud-based, and for the edge device, whereby that model has been deployed on the device level, it gives a 90% accuracy. So this is my solution. If there's any question, that you can ask. Is there any question?
Nice. Thank you, Akram. If no questions, because you were quite quick of time. If not, then yes, definitely did put it in the chat box. Next up is Michael Jumane. Michael, are you there? Automation system by AI for increasing productivity. Michael, I'm not sure if I see you on the chats or in the participant list. No, Michael, then Kasikana Nixon, Parasitus AI. Kasikana, are you there? You are there. Welcome to
Yes,
share.
I'm present.
Great, great, great.
Yeah, can I share my screen?
Yes, go ahead. I think you can replace this.
Okay. Yeah, so my innovation is Parasitus AI. Of course, it is based on a research that we studied various papers from the WHO from 2022 research that it identified that more than 249 million cases were caused by mosquitoes, especially the Anopheles one, and it accounted about 608,000 deaths globally. And it is stated that 94% of these cases and 95% of the deaths were from the WHO African region, and 76% of these deaths were from the children. And most of the people that were affected, it stated that it was the pregnant women, along with the children who are under 5. So we also did some research on the AI and deep learning advances, where we did researches on tools such as the convolutional neural networks, such as the ResNet, also the GradCam, also the recent models such as the XGradCam and FullGrad, where we are checking on the applicability on how they can be used to solve this problem. So where we developed our research objective, of which we wanted to develop and test an AI-powered system that can accurately detect malaria parasites in blood smear images, and thus identify the specific species and the parasite load, and also provide treatment recommendations. And the methodology that we used is we use the digital blood smear images, also the convolutional neural networks, such as the ResNet, and also the deep learning part, so that we can develop our system. And we therefore came up with a solution of developing an AI-powered diagnostic tool, which is a deep learning-powered diagnostic platform that is trained and it tends to analyze the blood smear images captured from a digital microscope, leveraging the ResNet-based convolutional neural networks and explainable AI like GradCam. So the system detects malaria parasites, classifies their species, and estimates parasite density, and thus it provides immediate treatment recommendations based on the WHO guidelines. And on how it works is that the blood smear image is captured with a digital microscope. Then the image is then sent to our AI platform. We're using the convolutional neural networks and the deep learning. The image is analyzed and it gives out the recommendations based on the type of parasite it has identified and the number of parasites, also based on the status of the patient. We came up with this because there was a gap that was identified in the research that we checked on the research papers, that most of the diagnostic tools are not well suitable for regions such as the African, and due to the rise of problems such as the medicine resistance. So we decided to come up with this so as to reduce the diagnostic gap. And we further went to even develop a prototype that we are currently using, of which I can just share it with you here. Okay. Yeah, so this one is the AI diagnostic interface, where in under 2 minutes, the AI will interpret the image and give us the results. So if I just start the analysis here, yeah, you can see just under 2 minutes, it gave us the results, showing that the result is negative with the confidence interval of 98%, and it showed the recommendations. Wherefore, this is designed for lab technicians, where they can just send directly the results to the clinicians. So this is far from what we have done till currently. Thank you.
Wow, thank you, Kaskana.
Yeah.
Any quick questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead, Yuma.
So how do you handle the variabilities of cells, for example, shapes or different kind of cells have different kind of meanings? In your networks, how do you handle such variations of cells?
Okay, thank you for the question that you have asked, that how do we handle? Of course, currently, on the developing part, we have just decided we are just dealing, first of all, with only a single problem, that we are starting with the species that is most endemic in our region. So we are just training it, first of all, to be able to identify the current species that is most endemic, which is the Plasmodium falciparum. So after the AI has learned it enough, then you can now advance to other species, so that after some time, because we are keep developing it. Yeah, so that's it. We have only started with the single species of parasite.
Kasekana, how large was your data set?
Okay, up to currently, we have made up to 1,000 images. Of course, we are still looking for more data sets, especially from the clinical background, because the first thing that we are doing is that we are using the images from the cloud, because in order to get the images from the patients, you need some sort of ethical clearance, because this one is the medical field. So you cannot just go and take the images from the hospital, you just need some sort of ethical clearance. So for the first time when developing this, we use the tools such as the Cargo, where there are a lot of images that can be used to train the model.
Any other questions for Kasekana? Okay, if not, thank you. I call on the next presenter. I think Omar Ali is online, Farming IoT and Machine Learning. Welcome,
Yes.
Omar.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, let me share my screen.
Yes, please.
Okay. Can you see?
Yes, yeah, perfect. Go ahead.
Okay. Let me go. Hello, everyone. My name is Omar Ramadan, representing Susan, the State University of Zanzibar. I'm honored to present the innovative project titled Smart Agriculture IoT Machine Learning for Sustainable Farming in Tanzania. Let me go direct into problem statement. Why we need this project? Or agriculture is the backbone of Tanzania or Zanzibar economy, yet farmers are faced with some challenge. One among them are unpredictable rainfall, inefficient resource, use, and low crop production. So most farmers still rely on waste instead of real-time data and information. This results in over-irrigation resource and poor harvest. Our solution addresses this by introducing IoT sensors and machine learning modules to support smart data driving in a farming sector. So how the system will work? Here's how the system works in a simple way. The first thing, we need some sensor. Sensors are installed in a field that collect soil moistures, humidities, and temperature in a real time. The next thing, the data is transmitted into a device like Arduino or Raspberry Pi, which serve as local units. Then after that, from there is a data stored cloud platform, which making it accessible anytime and anywhere. And the final things were machine learning algorithm training to predict optimal irrigation times and amount, helping the farmers to get real data. So the next thing I'm gonna talk to you is result and impact. What are the results of my project or impact in economic sector? So the first thing is farmers can monitor their field in real time, even remotely. So we say that the data is collected anywhere and anytime, so we can access in a remote way. The next thing, they receive accurate irrigation recommendation, reducing water waste. The next thing, crop yield have improved because watering and resources are now optimized. So the last one, the platform is cost effectively scalable and adaptive for both small holders and large farmers. So let me go on future plan. So we need to expand this project in our future plan. So we expand the sensors network to more farmers to help them to produce more production. Integrate mobile identification in Swahili to ensure local farmers can access instantly and easily. So let me go on conclusion and thank you. In conclusion, smart agriculture powered by IoT and machine learning is not just a concept, it is a practical solution for sustainable farming in Tanzania and beyond. Oh, thanks in all. I'm up.
Thank you, Omar.
Hello.
Any questions for Omar? Juma,
I
I
have
think
a
you have
question.
unmute. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So, what kind of crops or farming practices has you, Omari, tested on your systems?
Sorry?
My question is, what kind of crops, for example, you mentioned these types of recommendations for crops cultivations. So what kind of crops have you tested with your system yet?
For now, just this project I'm in setting, so I didn't do that. I think I have answered your question.
Sorry?
I'm saying that for now, this project I'm prototyping, so I didn't do that.
Okay, fine.
Okay, sir.
Okay, if no other questions for Omar, we actually have Michael Jumene back. Yeah, Michael already, Caribou could present automation system by AI for increasing productivity. Yeah, Michael, are you there? There you go. Okay.
Yes.
Yep. Go ahead, Michael. Welcome.
Yes, my name is Michael Emmanuel Ramadan. Yes. We said, yeah.
Okay, there we go. Yep, we can see it now.
Yes, yes, we are on.
I see your poster.
Sorry. For short time, we start. Yes. My name is Mitchell Ramadan. I'm certificate student in IAA, Institute of Accountancy Arusha. I have many projects that use AI. And I'm designer of automation system by AI. And I see there are needs of AI to automate my automation system. Example, I have automation system for agriculture by designing the agriculture machine that use AI. That is automated by using AI system to combine with computer for irrigation system, for planting, and for irrigation. And I have automation system by AI for construction activity. And I see that there are chances to design the automation system that used in construction area for use the number of people as the manpower. And I'm designing the automation machine that use AI for helping efficiency increase for construction activity, such as machine for helping mason to use much of the time. And I have automation system by AI in a car. Now I will go to install automation system that used in car to reduce road accident. To reduce the road accident, such as the automation system brake, automatic brake, automatic gear. I have a GPS system, and I have automation system by AI that help car to use electricity as a fuel when in a main load. When in a tarmac load, they use other fuel like gas. And when in the main car, it will use electricity. AI automation system, it will help to control car when in a main load. When in the road side, will connected with electricity. When in main load, there are automation system that will keep car in a position, and it will help car to connect with electricity like SGR, yes. And the method that I use is to use IoT device, Internet of Things, that, and use the materials that found in Tanzania, like iron and the other minerals that I can use it to design my system. And the result of my project to increase the productivity and efficiency in Tanzania and across Africa. Example, automation car system to use electricity as a fuel. It will help to reduce the production of carbon dioxide. When car use when you can use electricity and use automation system, it will help car to go speed, and will you use the road accident, and will help to reduce the death of people due to the road accident. And another result, to create employment opportunity. There are many students, they study more and more about electricity. When this system of automation installed in the road for car to use the electricity fuel, people, they will get employment, and many people, they get employment in garage for as a technician for this system, and they will increase productivity, and the electricity energy in Tanzania is available than fuel, than petroleum fuel, and this is system of automation.
Sorry, Michael, 1 minute, please wrap up.
What?
1 minute left. So if you could wrap up, that'd be great.
Yes, thank you. And another is that it promotes sustainable solution in the local technology growth. Conclusion, I need support for development my project, and to implement it for the people to use this system. It will help many areas and many sector, and I have many projects that help many sector in Tanzania, in Africa, and the world. Thank you. Welcome to Mitchell Automation.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions for Michael? Okay, great. If not, next presenter, Hussein Haji for EduPilot. Are you there, Hussein? Okay, if not Hussein, Ibrahim Saeed for EduPath AI. Ibrahim, okay, maybe not. Okay, I'll keep on trying. Rahman Mbahe, AI-powered career information system. Okay, let's we're gonna have an early lunch. Bariro Ezekia, Climate TZ. No. Last one on the list, Essa Suleimani, AI-powered phishing detection system for local network protection. Essa, are you there? Okay, if not, then we can go back to Joseph. Joseph Laurent, you're still around? Joseph, are you there? You can present if you are ready. Okay. Okay, unfortunately, Joseph has also stepped out of the meetings. So this is the end of the list. Thanks for all the presenters for your posters. Oh, Joseph, you are there. Yep, go ahead, Joseph. Now's your time. Welcome. Yeah, Joseph, you can go ahead and share your screen.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, hi. We can hear you.
Okay. Okay. Let me present real quick.
Great.
So mine is going to be a bit different. It's more like, okay, I write about this, but it's more like a pitch deck. I hope you won't mind that. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can. E-commerce trust barrier.
Okay. So as the title explains itself, it's about online businesses in Tanzania. We have a lot of platforms doing e-commerce businesses, but it comes to a thing that many Tanzanians don't really trust these online businesses. And why is that? Many of them doubt about will they get the exact products. You might order an iPhone 11, but you get like it's not really an iPhone, it's a Samsung. Okay, some also they fear of losing their money, like if they get by like getting the money into those online platforms. So people really don't really trust these online platforms, but they are aware that they're there because from the TCRI statistics shows that in all of Tanzanians, only 30% of people really have those smartphones, and meaning by 30%, I mean 30% of those people, which makes about 25 million Tanzanians, they access to these social media platforms. So they obviously see those online platforms, but only 5% of those people participate in mobile payments. So, and the main bottleneck is the trust gap, where they don't really trust these platforms on doing their businesses. So now, what do we do? That's why I wanted to use this AI technology to bridge up the gap between buyers and sellers by the help of computer vision technology and the barcode. So what happens is that the buyer will pay into escrow system. The seller will never receive the payment unless
Sorry,
the
Josephat.
hello.
Can you check your mic, please?
Oh, hello, hello. Can you hear me well?
I think that's better. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, okay. So I think you understood me on the problem statement, like on
Bit
why.
louder if you could.
I think you understood me on the problem statement. Yeah, on why people don't really buy things online because they doubt on getting the exact products and fear of losing the money. And the statistics shows from TCRI, which gives the statistics of how Tanzanians use these platforms. And yeah, as it's shown there, only 5% of people really participate in the online businesses. So coming on things like Amazon, Kiku, people don't, Tanzanians really don't buy things there. And yeah, that's why we want to use this technology to bridge up this gap. So yeah, the buyer will buy the product, will choose the product, but the seller will never receive the money unless the product is verified through this AI technology, through computer vision. Then after the details match, then the money will go out from the escrow system and go directly to the seller. Okay, now let's go to the technicality. When we come to the technicality, so as I said, buyer pays, funds held in escrow, seller ships the product, computer vision and barcode scanning scans the details, then after there, the funds are released at last. Okay, now let's focus on the AI computer vision like technology used. So we focus on using the OpenCV and ZBAR to scan the products and the listing to match the details by the help of image capturing and processing. We can easily identify if the product that was shifted by the seller, is really the product that has to be received. Now, when we come on identifying the fraud, we use VEDA for the through the natural language processing to check any malicious reviews and yeah, to ensure that the admin review and the fake reviews are flagged and to prevent any inconvenience while transmitting the product. So I added also the markets part because you're going to focus much on the small businesses because a lot of businesses are there but they're not online. So we want them to put them online, and through our technology, they will receive the product, and people will now trust the online business, and the business will grow. Partnership, yeah, we partner with M-Pesa, Tigo Pesa, Prominent. They are very popular in our country, and through those integrations, the business flow will be very good. Like, yeah, many people will start buying things online. So we move from the 5% probably to 25% or even more than that. Also depends on how many people will continue buying smartphones. Yeah. By looking at our product and the products which are already there, as I mentioned earlier, the Amazon, Shopify, Kiku, the statistics as is seen from the graph there, a very small number of people really buy things there in Tanzania, particularly. But that's why we are coming with our technology, because when you ask me, like, what do they do currently? For example, in Amazon, we use this customer service, but now let's come and think about Tanzanians. Tanzanians, yeah, you talk to them through the phone, like, yeah, because your product maybe has these issues and these issues, and time goes. But what are we coming with our solution? We're coming with a proactive AI verification to ensure that the product that was shifted is really the product that we got. Nowadays, also another method used in increasing the trust nowadays is social media reviews, whereby people comment various stuff like, yeah, this product is good, yeah, this product was nice. But people sometimes feel like the comments are like scams just to inspire people. But what if you come with an actionable thing that Tanzanian can see, like, yeah, this is an actionable thing, and yeah, we can really trust this instead of just trusting like words. But also Amazon use membership programs where, like, yeah, we be like a member in the program, and like you get the service, so it comes back to the customer service. But now when we come to Tanzanians, like, we want to see them, yeah, they really want to buy, they really have to see like action things are doing. I wanted to add the cost for the development because the development are already started, just to make it like in production level, to make it widely. Though that's was like the simple the actual range of what we could use, and the revenue, like the financial streaming, that's the expected one, the growth. And yeah, it really look nice, especially if we increase the number of users. And lastly, yeah, that's thing. I'd like to thank you to get this opportunity to show my thing. Thank you very much, Lonnie. I think that's I don't if I will like allow some questions if there's any question.
Well, nice presentation, Joseph. That was definitely worth waiting for. We have a question from Ezra in the chat. Joseph, do you want to answer that?
Yeah. Okay, let me check really quick.
The last one here from Ezra.
How does the system where the barcode is damaged? Oh, good. Thank you very much. So because if it happens barcode, because to add also to your question, what if it happens that the product doesn't have the barcode? So there is where we come to comparing the products using the image details. So what happens is that when the seller verifies that the product, maybe it's a phone, the image captures the details like the color, the nature of it, but also is allowed to record the video to see how the product looks. Then when it happens that way, that means that means that means it won't need the barcode. The barcode is like an extra edit to allow the trust, like the actual product, because a barcode can be there, but the details might not match. But what if the really image of it is captured? That means even if the barcode is not there, with the help of the image captured, then yeah, you can verify that the product is there. I think I answered you. I also see another question from Madam Dina. Oh, thank you for your question. Okay. So Madam asked, like, do I have a prototype or idea? Yeah, I do have a prototype of my idea. Yeah, sure. And yeah. Hello?
Yeah, Joseph?
Yeah, I think I answered the questions.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna share something about the prototype. Okay.
Oh, okay. So like, you see, this was what? This was what? I think you saw the text that I sent you, Lonnie. It was a very, very quick because I thought I couldn't get the chance to present my poster, but fortunately
Right.
I got there. But yeah, I think I'm sharing the prototype with Madam, but I cannot really present it here currently. It was a really
Okay.
quick, yeah.
Okay. You can contact her.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Great. Yeah. Thanks, Joseph. Okay. So unless is there anyone else who was on the list to present and didn't get a chance to and able to now? If not, then yeah, we're ahead of schedule. Any closing comments from the judges? Essa, Dr. Machuve, Elsie?
Yeah, I want to congratulate all who have presented. I mean, they've really done so with confidence, and I really see ownership of each one's work. They have that passion and drive to really do the work and get it so far with these presentations. So I really want to congratulate everyone that has really presented the work here. Well done.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
I want to share a little bit of feedback because we have some time, and so this is going to be more generalized feedback. First, again, thank you everyone for presenting. It's been great seeing the research work and the passion and the interest that everyone has within their fields and their topics and their areas. A few quick notes for future posters and presentations. One, contextualize it to the audience, to the setting of the presentation. So for example, in this case, we're talking about poster presentations and largely towards an AI audience, which means what we are very much interested in seeing is the AI component of your solution. If you're using a machine learning method, tell us about it. Tell us about the data you use. Tell us about the models you use. Tell us about the results of it when you tested it in the real world. Just telling us, I used AI, isn't enough. We need a bit more context than that. Because what we're looking at is the relation of the application of the technology within the domain and how did you come to that conclusion that that method that you've applied is the best one for the context in which you're applying it. So if this were being presented to, let's say, a more non-technical audience, to a startup audience, then sure, just saying an AI solution and such might be fine. But in context of the audience, in our case, we would have loved to get a bit more technical into things for some of the presentations. Hearing about if you're using a language model, which language models did you use? How did you decide which one to settle on? Was there a decision between open source and closed source models? Deployment on the edge, looking at small language models versus large language models, and the like of that kind of thing. The second is a lot of research that has been happening. Not too much research is novel anymore. We've been exploring a lot of application of research topics in areas. So before, it would be good to contextualize your research in understanding of what's been going on in the environment already. For example, there have been work done in different topic areas in agriculture, in healthcare, in AI research, and showing that you know of some of this research, that you've looked at other papers within the topic area is very good as well. Because sometimes you will be asked, have you explored other research in the area, especially when you want to get to the point of publishing it in papers. Then the novelty of the research is important. And we want to reach the stage where Tanzanian AI research can be presented at global conferences where you're with leading researchers from the likes of OpenAI, from the likes of European and American universities and institutions. And that's where it helps to know what other research is going on in the space. And of course, with the posters, this is a poster presentation session. So the structure, the formatting and such, what we'll do in the future is we'll have a few more samples of posters and such. But for context of other types of presentation, let's say the Indaba, once you've submitted your poster, it's very difficult to make changes after the fact. And typically you will be judged on the poster you have submitted. So if you make a change after you've submitted your poster, then it's very likely that that won't be considered. And if you did not submit a poster by the deadline, then the likelihood of you presenting is it's not going to happen. So we need to be very careful and cognizant of these kinds of things, because we want to show that there is good, powerful research that all of you are doing. And we want to make sure you have the platform and the opportunity to present this, not just to our fellow universities and partners, but also to the continent and to the world. But otherwise, thank you so much, everyone, for your time. And we're looking forward to who comes out as the top 3, and one of whom the top will be getting sponsorship to the next Deep Learning Indaba next year, which will probably be somewhere, I expect, either towards the south of Africa or towards the north of Africa. So it'll be
It
a fun
rotates,
trip,
right?
that's for sure. Yes, it rotates every year.
And when is it time for Tanzania to get Indaba?
That is going to be a little bit of time, because East Africa has just been covered by Kigali. And
yeah,
so
right.
we are probably going to be at least 2 or 3 years out before it comes here. But the most important deciding factor for the deep learning Indaba to come to our country is how active is the local community. So the more active that we can show deep learning Indaba that there is a very strong AI community in the country, the more likely they are to want to come here. So post about these sessions, post about the sessions you've attended, about things you've learned, tag deep learning Indaba, make sure they know you're from the Tanzania IndabaX event, because that's how we get their attention, that this is where the next one should be.
Yeah. Thanks, Essa.
Add one more thing. I'd like to echo on what Essa said. He's already covered the technical part when it comes to the presentations, but there is also a disconnect when it comes to overall presentation skills. There's so many good work that has been done by all the students, very impressive work, but there's a disconnect when it comes to the delivery of the work. I'd really encourage everyone to sort of take time to practice their presentations. You can present with your friends, or you can present with your friends as many times as it's needed, because you can have a very, very good idea, very, very unique concept, but the delivery might fail you. So I'd really like to encourage everyone to do that, to prepare really well for the presentations. And if they're working in a group, there's no harm in letting the person with the strongest presentation skills to do it. But yes, again, the ones who aren't so competent in presentations, I'd really encourage them to practice, because that really does make all the difference. Thanks.
Yeah, it's just like a coding skill, right? The more you do, the more experience you have, the more confident you'll be.
Yes, exactly. They really need to work on that. Otherwise, the work is like very impressive. I'm really proud of everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for that. Thank you. Okay, great. So we'll come back at 2 p.m. exactly to announce the winners and close IndabaX. Have a nice lunch break. Thank you, judges. Thank you, all presenters.
Oh, yeah. Hi. Sorry.
Nice. Okay, welcome back, everyone, from lunch hour. So we're nearing the end of our whole IndabaX, and especially this day 4. I would like to welcome back Elsie, Kaaya, who was on our panel this morning and also helped us judge the poster winners, to announce our winners. Elsie, welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. This was so exciting. I'm so happy that I was able to participate throughout. Oh, there you are. Throughout this entire event. I've learned a lot from you guys and all the amazing research that you guys are doing. This has been super, super insightful. So yeah, I have no doubt that the Indaba keeps having impacts on so many people, from me back in 2019 to you guys here today. So this is really good to see. This is really good growth, and I hope that everyone has been able to learn a lot and to sort of carry out experiments. I hope that you've formed communities, friends, a network, someone who you can rely on when it comes to this very lonely journey, I guess. So I was given the task of announcing the winners. All of you guys did a really, really good job, an extremely good job, but we can only choose three. It was a tough decision, but yeah, but I truly do believe the winners deserve this opportunity. So, Loni, I'm not sure what the second and third winner gets.
I'm not entirely sure either, and I don't want to say anything that's not confirmed, but yeah, definitely we're planning something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So we're going to keep it
We'll
mysterious.
be in touch. Yeah, we'll be in touch with them for sure.
Okay. Okay, great. So I'll start with the third. So we really did appreciate work done by Akram Ali Omar, Smart Medbot. It was a really good, interesting. It was a really interesting topic that he touched on, and yeah, we really hope that we're going to definitely work our best to support you in the deep learning Indaba application. So this is number 3. Then number 2, we have Kasikana Nixon, Parasitus AI. Also very interesting research. This is, yeah, was a really, really good research. So he comes in second place. And finally, we have number 1, the guy who's going to be traveling to the deep learning Indaba next year. We have Ipiana Mwaisekwa. Yeah, that is our winner. Congratulations. You did a really, really good job, a phenomenal job. Can't wait to see what you show the world in next year's Deep Learning Indaba. Hopefully, we can collaborate and really work on your research and, I mean, your poster, polish it a little bit, work on the presentation. Yeah, I'm sure, no doubt you're going to make us really proud. So yeah, congratulations to everyone.
Wow, congratulations, winners. Amazing. Okay. Thank you, Elsie. And that's it for the posters, right? Anything else? Is it
I think they're winners for something else. The challenge something?
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so thanks, Elsie, for the poster announcements. We also had 2 tool challenges, one provided by Paul AI and one provided by Twiga. So Innocent is not available right now. I don't think he's online, as he told me he's caught up with something else. So it is my honor to announce the 2 winners, Juma Rabia and Joseph Lawrence. I both provided, I was talking to Dr. Moel and Innocent, and they were both so impressed by the work they did in a very short time, like 24 hours. So they will both be contacted for prizes as well from Paul AI has generously provided a prize, and I believe the organizers will also chip in on that. So they'll both be getting something. And the big thing is really just to continue developing, using Paula to develop such tools in different ways. Innocent sent me a little bit of a blurb about what Juma did, and he used Paula Blaze, text to speech, and also speech to text to one of them was getting the date time and the LLM using to respond to that. So yeah, great work. They also want us to share on our socials what they did in the coming days. So we'll ask them about their work and their GitHub and see what we can share on our social media. So congratulations to Juma and Joseph. Okay, Joseph?
Thank you very much.
Yeah, well done. Well done. Okay, and for Twiga, I hope Freddie's on the line. I know he was still reviewing some of these submissions during the break, but I believe there's been 3 submissions for the Twiga PDF parsing chunking challenge. So Freddie, if you're online, are you able to announce the winners and what they were able to do? Freddie? Okay. I do have some information that Joffrey from Mohamedali has successfully implemented the challenge, but we're trying an electricity issue over here, so they can't, they're not able to push the code. But there is an interface, and they actually made something. Let me see if I can bring it up on my WhatsApp. Maybe, hold on. Since I think we are okay on time. Yeah, they built this chatbot. They built this RAG chatbot, and the challenge was based on an input of 3 different documents, and it was really about how are you able to best parse it into chunks for the RAG system downline. And yeah, I don't know if Freddie had some evaluation criteria, and it looks like this one did the best on the testing. So congratulations, Joffrey from Mbeya. Great job. This work. Okay. Yeah, I think that does it for our award announcements. And next up is closing the event. So if Annagrace or Essa are online, welcome back, and to close us all up. There you are.
Hi, Lonnie. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Am I audible?
Yep, we can hear you.
Hi. So I was wondering, with the winners that we just announced, maybe we could get a word from them. Not sure if they're online, but that would be nice. Put a face to the winner.
Maybe starting with the poster winners.
Yeah. So I think we had, if I heard correctly, we had Akram in the start.
Yeah, 3rd place. Akram Ali Omar, Smart Medbot. He's all smiles. Good.
All right. Okay. So maybe they were not ready to say something. What about Ipiana? Is Ipiana here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, nice. We want to put a face to the winner. Congratulations.
All right, thank you very much.
Any word? Would like to hear something from you before we close.
First, I'm very happy for the IndabaX Tanzania community, because it's my first time to join these sessions, and I've learned a lot, because the issue is just to learn to unlearn. I learned a lot, and I'm very happy to see that the community has grown up, and we will keep pushing it. But I'd like also to thank you for all the process of selecting us from this posters presentation. And I look forward for more collaborations and to hear more from this community. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, Ipiana. So
Thank you very much.
I'd say you've spoken on behalf of the other winners as well.
Sure.
Since we're not sure who is
Maybe
here and
Kasakana?
who is not. But congratulations and all the best with
Thank you very
Deep
much.
Learning in Indaba next year. We really hope you're going to represent us well, because
Sure.
that was the aim of the poster competition.
Sure. Thank you very much, madam.
Cool. Lonnie, are you saying something?
Oh, sorry. Kasakana could also speak a little bit. Second place.
Ah, yes. Yeah, sure. I thought they're not here, but that will be nice.
Welcome.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to IndabaX. Yeah, for this wonderful competition. I have learned a lot, and thank you for the recommendations that have been given. We are going to work on them, and we are very grateful, and we are open for collaboration so as to solve these challenges that are facing our continent. So thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
That's nice. Thank you very much, and congratulations for the amazing job. All right, so so with the winners, I think we're going to, because after this we're going to like sort of announce your the work that you've done in social media and stuff. So we're going to do follow up with you after this meeting, likely tomorrow or a day after, so that we can tell the world the good stuff that has been happening during our meeting. So congratulations. So thank you everyone for being a part of this deep learning in IndabaX. It has been a journey of 4 good days. We tried our best to kind of structure the program so that it would suit you all, or most of you at least, because with this event we did not really chop out any guys that registered. For as long as you registered, then that means you're on board to be on the training. So I really hope most of you have gotten the most out of it, and we are likely going to have another deep learning in IndabaX next year. So keep your eyes on all the social media pages of the Tanzania AI community. And I wanted to bring to your attention one more thing. So we do have a community platform, an AI community platform. I've just put a link in the chat box so you can click and look at it. So this is sort of like a directory where you can go in and see. Wow, thank you very much, Loni, for displaying that. Where you can go and see everyone who is within the Tanzania AI community. And so for some of you who may be aware, before having this community platform, we used to have like a Google form where someone would just go in the Google form, fill in their details and show their interest in becoming community members. And after that, they would be redirected to a Telegram group. So we've been having a Telegram group. And with that, with that method of collecting, putting the community members together, we've had like about 700 community members. So that was the previous way, but then there were complaints that it's not a very interactive way for us to feel like a community. So here comes the community platform, the link that I just shared with you. If you go through it, you're going to see a couple of people. I see Kalebu, I see Dr. Dina Machuve, who has been with us during the sessions as well. Dr. Teofrida Maginga, I think she also presented Mkulima GPT, an AI tool during day 1. So these are just some of the people that are there. But when you, so when you click on viewing more, you're going to see more members. So for you to be on this platform, all you need to do is sign in, put in your details. If you're a software developer, if you're doing something great in AI, if you've got a project that you have, this would be a very good platform for you to join in, so that other people as well can see you when they get into the community platform. So, so with some people, I think they even put in their phone numbers. Some people put in their links to, let's say, LinkedIn. So it's going to be a very good place for you guys to kind of try and see who is there in the space. If someone does something that interests you, you can try to reach out to them. So it's more of an easy way for us to stay connected. So make sure you just, if you're interested to be a part of the community, be sure to sign up, create your own profile. So it's just like how LinkedIn works, right? So, and one thing to note is that this community platform is still in open beta testing. What that means is that we are still building onto the platform. but we have already hosted it live so that you can like interact with the platform. So if you have any comments for us to kind of make this platform better, or to add stuff or anything, any kind of feedback that you have based on your experience in using the platform or navigating through the platform, please feel free to give us feedback. You can see it right at the top. There is that orange line with some words passing. Just click over there. It's going to redirect you somewhere for you to give feedback. So yeah, so just know that we are still building onto it, and we really hope it's going to be a good platform for you to interact and feel that sense of communityness. So apart from signing up and having your profile viewed, we also have a couple of other features which are on the left side of the screen. I hope it's on the left side to everyone viewing Lonnie's
It's on the left, yeah.
Yeah,
Right, yeah.
thank you. So the first part, that was the community. You're building your profile, and then you're going to be seen as we see the ones that are already there. But there is a part for posts where we're going to like put some posts on various stuff that are happening. We have a part for you can see clearly a discussion forum. So this is just like a feature where people can actively discuss on a certain topic or a title. So if you do have a topic of interest, or if you do have something interesting that you'd love to discuss with the community, then feel free to post it within the discussion forum part of the community platform, so that anyone who's interested to join into the conversation, then they can join in the conversation at any time. Yeah, so we also have a part for resources. So we put in various resources for people who are interested to learn. So you can also navigate through that. And we also have a section for events. So as I said, we're still building onto it, but the idea with events is that if you have any event that you'd love the community to know is happening, you can come into this part of the events, and you can actually post your event over there. So it's not a part where I or my team would be posting events that are happening within the Tanzania AI community, but it's also going to be a part where you can post your own events. So let's say if you're a student from SUSA, or if you are someone who is leading a hub in DIT, for example, and there is an event that you want to host, and it's AI related, of course, then you can come into the platform in the section of events and then add your event over there. So if you want people to register for that event, that means you're going to put a link for people to register to the event. So it's also going to be an easy way for you to kind of like reach more people. Hopefully the AI community members who will be registered with the platform, of course, and beyond. And we also have a part for challenges. So I know you guys through this past 2 days, you've been working on various challenges on Power AI as well as Twiga. So we think it's going to be really nice to kind of have people put challenges on various things that they want people to participate on. So it could be creating an AI solution for a certain problem that exists, or it could be any kind of a challenge that is AI related, where people actually want to have the community members look for solutions or hack for solutions. So this is a part where we're going to be having that. Yeah, so I think in brief, that is mostly what we have with the community platform. I just encourage you to join in, because as I said in the previous method, we had like about 700 community members. And right now we have Lonnie back to the community, I think, home page. Right now we have like 236 plus. Yeah. So it does. So this number, so there is a plus obviously, because this number does not actually reflect the total amount of people that we have in the community, right? So when someone signs up, that is when this number is automatically converted into is automatically updated. So the more of us sign, the more of us we are within the community platform. And of course, I think we're going to look for means. Maybe we're going to try and reach out to everyone who had joined in using the previous method, maybe an email or something so that they can also be a part of it, because I think some of them do not know that this community platform now exists. But yeah, so I was like, I wouldn't do us fair, or I wouldn't do you guys fair if I close the meeting without bringing into your attention the AI community platform. So maybe if there is anyone who has any question or suggestion or comment on the community platform.
Nope, nothing in the chat. Basically, everyone here should sign up though, right? Everyone who's part of IndabaX should be signing up to this platform.
Yeah, like for as long as you're interested to be a part of the community. And I think if you have been a part of this Tanzania IndabaX, then obviously you're already a passionate member of the community. So it's high time that we now see you on the community platform with all the good work that you're doing. So likely we don't have any questions. So I've just put in the link to the community platform. If anyone is interested to join, hopefully all of us, please be sure to click the link and then navigate through it, sign up to create your account, and we'll be very happy to see you in the community platform. So thank you, Loni. I just wanted to put into the attention of everyone the community platform before closing the
Yeah, important.
meeting. Right, so I'm not sure if Essa is here.
He said he was stepping out for a bit, but he would come back in 5 minutes, but that was about 15 minutes ago, so I'm not sure. Essa, are you around?
Essa, are you in?
I'm here. I've been here. What's up?
Nice. Oh, okay. Perfect.
We want you to close the meeting, Essa.
Yes.
I am just one of the participants, our community manager and wonderful organizing team that are there. And I'd just like to appreciate the organizing team that has done such a great job with this, and the entire team. I don't even want to mention names because I'm sure I'll miss someone or another. But yeah, I'll leave it to Annagrace, our incoming community manager, and Lonnie and Mariette and the others who have been involved to close it off. But otherwise, I hope you all had a great time and continue to engage. There will be many sessions and events that will be happening with the AI community. So please follow our social media and please follow what's going to be happening with the deep learning Indaba. And we plan to get a lot more applications and participation of Tanzania in the deep learning Indaba next year as well. Thank you so much. And Grace, Lonnie, on to you to close it up.
So you don't want to close
Thanks,
the
Essa.
Meeting?
Nice. And Annagrace, you should close it. I'll say my
Alright,
last.
okay.
Yeah, it's really been a privilege and honor to be part of IndabaX. I'm just so impressed by everyone and everything that's been presented. Thanks to the participants for all your questions, emojis, all the stuff really helps for the engagement and keeping things going. 4 days is kind of long, but it didn't feel long actually because every day has been really interesting and impactful. So yeah, just keep on building each other, keep on building the community. It's going to be really, really impactful work. And also thank you. Yeah, I think Mariette was also mentioned as one of the core organizers, as well as Carolina from Data Safari. I think we've all did a lot of work in the background, including getting the food to the hubs, internet stuff, et cetera, et cetera. So, but over to you, Annagrace. See you guys next year.
All right, thank you very much, Lonnie. So it's next year with the deep learning in IndabaX, but they'll definitely see you soon in one of the upcoming events, right?
Yes.
All right, so thank you everyone for joining us. So we have the WhatsApp channel. I really hope most of you are in the channel because we're going to be posting post events updates on that channel. And we're also going to be posting more stuff in social media. So make sure you stay connected to all of our social media platforms. And with that being said, once again, thank you very much. And I wish you all the best. And I'd love to declare that we have officially closed this meeting. Thank you.
Yay. Yay. Nice. Pretty cool.
Okay. Bye.